Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day and a great rest of your weekend. Happy Monday. We are back, and we are going to be doing some more Ace Attorney tonight. We got some news that we got to go through, and then we're going to be heading over to that. But before we get into it, Aylin, Alpa, how you both doing? How was your day? How did the things go? How did your weekend go? I want to know. Because we got a bunch of stuff. And yeah, I mean, hey, what'd you guys have happen this weekend? Anything exciting? Anything fun? Doing good, just hanging out. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. I was actually really surprised with all the news that we have. Really surprised with all the news that we have. You know, this is honestly, this is kind of the problem, is you take one day off and you're kind of behind. I missed an event, so kind of sad. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry, dude. True. What's going on, buddy? How you doing? All right. Are we ready for this? This is what I mean. You miss one fucking day. One day. And just shit hits the fan, and you're just like, God damn it. So, without any further ado, here's the new Battlefield 6 official launch trailer.
The world is a vampire. Sent to drain.
Showtime.
Secret destroyer. Hold you up to the flames. Sound check. What do I get?
Okay, boys, we're here to do one thing. One thing.
Who was that?
Doesn't matter. Let's move. Scope the area.
Flag, 2 clicks out.
And a tank. Let's take it out.
Roger that. Let's go! Light it up!
That was a dig it COD, yeah.
On it! Somebody take out that tank! Sniper! Take him out!
That's a wipe.
Sorry, boys.
Nice shot.
That was easy.
This is it!
I see the flag.
Say when?
Nice. Okay, I'm sorry. Right here, if you cannot see that the suicide buggies are a valid tactic now, go fuck yourself. Because they just put it in a trailer.
Battlefield 6. Pre-order now.
That was awesome. That was really awesome. I actually really enjoyed that one. The bit, like, I mean, first off, you have Zac Efron, right? He doesn't come cheap. He doesn't. So you get him all, and then you blow his ass up.
Secret destroyer. Hold you up to the flames.
Sound check.
What do I get?
Okay, boys, we're here to do one thing. One thing.
Yeah, they got the patty as well.
Doesn't matter. Let's move.
Yeah, they're just like, who's that? Doesn't matter. Let's move. That is so good. That is so good. Seriously, I have been staunchly against EA for a very long time, but I'm going to be honest, they won me back. They won me back with the beta, for sure. And every single new trailer just gets better. You hire Zach and keep him on screen less than 5 seconds. Yeah. You do it just to blow him up. That's fucking hilarious. That takes balls. That takes big balls. But you know what? I love it. I really, really love it. I'm pretty hyped for this. Oh, me too. Absolutely. Okay. Now that we watched probably one of the best trailers I've seen for any game in a long time, here comes the actual news. There's a crazy vid of him blogging, going to a Marine base, and tapping out like 10 or so Marines back to back without a single fucking break. It's nuts, and just goes to shows the level of a UFC fighter compared to everyone else. Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, there's a massive, massive, massive difference, right? Because here's the thing. And I'm not saying anything against UFC fighters, but if UFC fighters were actually going to be fighting for their lives, and I'm pretty sure most UFC fighters would agree with me on this, if a UFC fighter is going to actually be fighting for their lives, they're probably going to fight a hell of a lot different compared to fighting a couple of Marines back to back to back or whatever in a controlled environment. That's literally that's a UFC fighter's home right there, on a mat or in a ring, right? There's a reason why one's called Marine and the other one is called UFC fighter. You took a UFC fighter untrained into combat, it probably wouldn't go as well as you think it would. You know what I mean? So, like, yes, it's cool. Yes, there are some funny things and so on and so forth, but they are drastically different. And I never understood those videos. Never understood those videos other than to sit there and, like, just gloat. That's really all it is. Is this a new trailer with Zac Efron? Yeah. Yeah, it is. And it's really, really good. We'll play it one more time.
The world is a vampire. Sent to drain.
Showtime.
Secret destroyer. Hold you up to the flames. Sound check. Why do I get
Okay, boys, we're here to do one thing. One thing.
Who was that?
Doesn't matter. Let's move. Scope the area.
Flag, 2 clicks out.
And a tank. Let's take it out.
Roger that. Let's go! Light it up!
On it!
Somebody take out that tank!
Oh, it totally pokes fun at Call of Duty.
That's a wipe. Sorry, boys.
Nice shot.
That was easy. This is it.
I see the flag.
Say when.
Battlefield 6. Pre-order now.
Doesn't that just look awesome? It just looks like so much fun. I just took it from a stamina perspective. Marines are no slouch at all when it comes to stamina. And to tap that many that are trying their hardest back to back is nuts. Okay, but you have to remember, this is all a video, right? It is a video that is edited to look a certain way. People don't just go out of their way to go, hey, you know what? I feel like I'm going to pick on Marines today, right? He was probably getting hyped up for some match that he was doing, and he was in the middle of training, and he was feeling really good, and it was probably set up between the Marine Corps and the UFC months ahead of time so that he could get airtime and he could show, okay, I can do this, I can do that, and so on, and he's been training. Marines are specifically trained not to fight for their lives unless they absolutely have to. right? You're not going to sit there as a Marine and go full bore on another Marine or a civilian with a fully loaded AR and a knife just to kill them to prove a point. That's their job, right? Whereas his job is to be a UFC fighter, and he's showing how tough he can be against Marines who literally aren't where they're supposed to be. That's his whole job. His whole job is to sit there and gain publicity for himself. And I'm not saying that he doesn't have stamina, but it's like comparing apples to lemons. It's not, it doesn't do anything. It's like, well, who's stronger, fucking Godzilla or Ditka in a hurricane? And it's like, okay, but none of that makes any sense. Like, we use it as a joke, but none of it makes any sense. It's all staged. Would I ever want to fuck with a Marine? No. Would I ever, even if I was in the UFC, would I ever want to fuck with a Marine while they're in combat? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I could be the biggest man in the world, and that Marine would drop my ass from about 200 yards, and I'd never see it coming. That's the difference. You see what I mean? Like, it doesn't, they don't equate. That's kind of the problem with stuff like that. Oh, you think the vid is staged? Were you just listening to anything that I was saying? The whole point is for him to literally do what he does while he's gaining publicity in the middle of whatever he's training for to hype people up for a fight against Marines who are specifically trained to be some of the most vicious killers in the world that are out of their element and are not trying to fight for their lives. That is 100% staged. 1,000,000% staged. I'm not saying the action's on the mat. I'm saying that was the entire point. The point was the Marines were going to fail. That's the point. There's absolutely no way that you can take a trained killer who's been trained to literally do nothing but kill as efficiently and as many times as possible and take them out of their element and put them up with a celebrity who's worth tens, not even, maybe even hundreds of millions of dollars to the company that he works for. And you're going to expect a Marine to go full bore? No, absolutely not. Because if you want a Marine to go full bore, you put a knife in one hand, you put an assault rifle in the other. See how long that motherfucker lasts then. See how it doesn't equate? Not to mention, when it comes to hand-to-hand, Marines aren't sitting there with their hand-to-hand stuff and going, okay, well, we're going to try and subdue this person. That's what UFC's for. UFC's for knocking people out and this, that, and the other thing. Marines go full bore. I'm sorry. Marines are designed to kill. That's it. That is their only job. So even when they get into hand-to-hand, if things get that bad, They literally, everything that they do is designed to kill as quickly and efficiently as possible. Everything. Right? So, hey, you put a Marine in his element, now you put him up against a UFC guy. Marine's got a knife in his hand. Okay, well, guess what? Unfair now, isn't it? Works the same way. It works the same way in reverse, right? You're not going to put somebody who's worth God knows how many millions of dollars in the middle of training, hyping up for something that people are supposed to be hyped and excited for, up against trained killers while they're in their element and they've got 1,000-yard stare and they're not taking their hand off the rifle. You're not going to put them in that position. Of course that video's staged. Again, the actions on the mat are not. But that doesn't mean that the entire premise of the video isn't. Even unarmed, Marines are trained to kill swiftly, not for a long lethal... Yeah, absolutely. They're not meant to go the distance. They're never meant to go the distance. Marines train and train and train and train and train, yes, absolutely. But when it comes to combat, it's just 1 second the person's there, the next second they're not there anymore. Right? The UFC, I mean, they're literally trained to be in a ring for as long as possible and kick the snot out of each other and just keep going. But they're not trying to kill each other. So there's a massive difference between kick the snot out of each other and keep going and the strongest survives versus literally just kill. Right? Massive difference. The whole premise of the video, unfortunately, is staged. Again, not what's going on the mat, but you're comparing fruits to vegetables. It doesn't work. It really, really doesn't. It'd be like if they did Marines versus Spetsnaz, not that that would ever happen, but if they did active duty Marine versus active duty Spetsnaz and they put them on a mat together and told them to duke it out, that would absolutely be more even. But it's so uneven when they do crap like that. That's like WWE wrestlers going over and doing, little stuff here and there with maybe a couple of troops that are able to, do stuff with a USO show. Both groups of people are insanely strong, but for different reasons, right? Nobody, when it comes to the WWE, is ever going to be expected to go into a battle that's going to last the better part of a decade with no backup, with shitty equipment, with food that backs you up for weeks, and to be trained to stay awake for over, 70 hours so that you can move a grand total of maybe 200 feet to kill someone silently. I never said he's better than all of them. I said it's nuts he managed to tap over 10 Marines back-to-back with no breaks. Obviously, he's in his element over them, but to do that back-to-back no breaks to Marines is insane no matter how you look at it. Again, the difference is that, and this is why I have a problem with that kind of video, because, again, Marines are not trained to do the same thing he is. Right? They're just not. So making 10 guys tap back to back, yeah, absolutely, that takes stamina 100%, but that's all they were showing. That's it. They were doing it just to raise clout for him. That's it. That's what the whole premise was. Oh, look at these fucking Marines. Not even the Marines can do it. Which is based on the whole, well, who do you think would win? This guy or a Marine? And it's like they're completely in two different hemispheres. I've never been in the military. One day I decided to read the U.S. Army Field Manual. There are many pages dedicated to ways to disable or dispatch a person. I recall reading something to the effect of, if anyone is in your way trying to stop you, put them down as quickly as possible. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. And we actually learned a thing with the, what was it? The TGS single player for Battlefield 6, because they based it off of Marines with Marine advisors there. And they were told flat out, one of the biggest things for the Marine is don't waste a soldier if you can use equipment. If you can do the same job with one piece of equipment, it's a hell of a lot more cost effective than wasting a Marine. So, hey, you got a fucking rocket launcher and there's only one sniper? Fuck it, take out the building. Who gives a shit? Let them sort it out after the fact. But that's how soldiers work versus regular fighters. I'm not saying that the UFC fighter doesn't have stamina. He absolutely does, because he needs to. That's his job. But the whole premise was that the Marines were going to tap. Because that's not what Marines are made for. Marines are just killing machines. That's all they are. So now take a killing machine and say you can't kill. Okay, now what? You know what I mean? Like it doesn't equate very well. That's the problem with it. And again, same thing with the Army, right? Pretty sure the Army, you know, they may not say it in the same exact way, but I don't think they're real Marines, to be honest. Why would their commanding officer allow for that thing? No point. Well, so here's the thing. It's not their commanding officer. That actually does happen more often than not, specifically because what they can do is they can also turn around and they can also advertise the Marines as a recruiting tool. They've been doing this for decades and decades here in the States, right? What you do is you push the narrative of being a hero and you come up with a commercial or something to that extent where all of a sudden now you're the hero, right? They take people from every creed, color, race, you know, whatever, and they put them in an army uniform and they show somebody doing something heroic or to the backdrop of, you know, Apaches going overhead or something like that. And then it just says, be all you can be. And then you have the U.S. Army slapped on it, right? It's showing anybody can be a hero. Anybody can be in the Army. They've done the same thing with the Marines. They've done the same thing with the Navy. They even got the use of Godsmack's I Stand Alone for a Navy commercial. Specifically because it's a badass song and it really shows power and it's intimidating and everything like that. They do it for literally every branch. And the reason why they do it over here is because, and this obviously differs from every country, but here, the armed services are all voluntary. So the last time there was any sort of mandatory military service was during Vietnam. That was it. But the advertising strategy come from the top brass. This is a random famous guy walking into their base and getting into a fight with them. Yeah, it's a lot more complicated than that, because as a regular civilian, you cannot bring any sort of video equipment onto a base unless you have like prior authorization from not only the base commander but your higher ups, and chances are it very well could go all the way to the chief of staff that represents your branch, right? So this isn't just, base commander or commanding officer or anything like that. You're commanding, you know, if you're in a situation like this in the U.S., your commanding officer got orders from his commanding officer, who got his order, who's probably the base commander, from his orders, which is probably, or from his CO, which is probably the regional commander, from his CO, which, I mean, that could be, you know, somebody's taking care of the entire east or west coast, from their CO, which is, in this case, you know, the probably the commandant of the Marine Corps. Like, it goes way, 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 way up. So by the time it gets to a CO, I mean, it's already set in stone. There's nothing they can do. That's all it is. So yeah, it's very weird here in the States when it comes to that stuff. But again, it's all voluntary. And unfortunately, the Marines, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Space Force, the Coast Guard, and so on, one of the things that they always have to keep in mind is that they are a business. So if they're not bringing people in, then anything and everything else that they do doesn't really matter, because the job that they were designed for won't work. So they do have to advertise the crap out of stuff like that. Keeps It really wasn't advertising nothing in the vid, and it was just a blog on his own channel going to the USMC base to train, which again depends on exactly who needed to be talked to, because you can't just walk onto a military base. You just can't. Marines could advertise, sure, but Patty wasn't really advertising anything at all other than mental awareness. Mental awareness for what? You see the point? Like, mental awareness for what? You got 10 guys who are killers that are not allowed to kill you. Again, you see, like, this is where the system breaks down. We're showing mental awareness. Fine, do it with other UFC fighters. Do it with other UFC fighters. They'd probably, if I'm being honest, they'd probably be a hell of a lot better as spokespeople for mental awareness than Marines. Because those guys have literally just been broken down to be built up, and they did it voluntarily. UFC fighters get kicked in the head so many times, they just end up with Dane Bramage. You see what I mean? Like, it just, again, the system just breaks down. And that's kind of the problem with it. And again, it has to be staged because you can't just walk onto a military base. You can't. You have to have prior. And this is the US government. Okay? So nothing happens quickly, ever. Right? This is the US government, which means months in advance, they had to contact somebody in the Marine Corps and say, hey, listen, this is what Patty's doing. This is what we'd like to do. Is there any way we can do it? And then the guy on the phone has to go, well, I need this, this, and this. And 2 of those things come from my CO, so you're going to have to talk to him, but you can't get a hold of the CO because currently he's on vacation. And the other thing, you can go onto our website and you can fill out in the time being, and you can send that, but it's going to take 14 business days before we even take a look at it. And then finally, once the first thing goes through, the other 2 things you have to get through the CO, and the CO sits there and is like, yeah, you know what? That's not a bad idea. You know, I mean, you can bring, here we go. Look, our base is right on the front page and this, but I have to get permission. So he's got to talk to his higher up and so on. Right? That's how all this stuff works. It doesn't happen overnight. Patty can't just walk straight on to a Marine Corps base. That's not how that stuff works. Again, this is the nature of, unfortunately, shit that YouTube has tricked people into, right? That's why I said, like, the thing that I'd love to do, a lot of the things that I'd like to do next year, I have to call at the beginning of the year for, even though it's anywhere between 6 to 8 months away, because I have to let them know this is what I want to do. These are things that we have to iron out and everything. And if people are willing to work with me, that's fantastic. But that doesn't matter to you guys, because all that matters to you guys is one day you might turn on my stream because it's in the middle of the day going, why the hell is he on so early? And I might be talking to somebody literally on the CIC deck of an Aegis cruiser. But that was months of planning. What exactly are we talking about? I was talking about how videos on YouTube, I don't care whether they're on YouTube or Instagram or TikTok or whatever, right? And the whole thing is that all that stuff is quite literally designed to make it look like, oh, I just decided to do this today, right? They never actually talk about how long how many months it takes of planning. I could literally, like, watch this. Hang on. U.S. Navy cooking. Where is it? Here we go. 24 hours as a Navy ship line cook.
2019 Fleet Week. Right now we're on the USS New York heading.
Okay, so he's on the USS New York during 2019 Fleet Week, which is one of the biggest weeks for New York Harbor, right? You're going to have a lot of the fleet coming in and everything like that. You mean to tell me that this guy just called up the U.S. Navy and said, hey, could I hitch a ride on the USS New York and spend 24 hours on your ship as a cook? And they went, yeah, fuck it, why not?
Into New York
They're absolutely staged and planned, 100%. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Not saying it's a bad thing. Right? And I'm not sitting here and saying, well, WWE being staged is a bad thing at all. Not saying that whatsoever. But people get this thing going, oh, well, you think it's staged? Yeah, because it has to be. There's real money being thrown into this. There's thousands of dollars of production value. You have to get permission from the United States Navy to do any and all of this months in advance. Like, you have to do all of this stuff. You can't just call up the Navy and go, oh, hey, yeah, so I know that the USS New York is going to be here in 2019, and they're coming in for Fleet Week and yada, yada, yada. But, yeah, do you mind if I just hitch a ride? You want to know what the first question that would come out of their mouth is? How the fuck do you know where the USS New York is coming into? You know what I mean? Like, it's... Yeah. This is 100% pre-planned and staged. It all is, right? Because they're not going to have this dude who's supposed to just be cooking, right? Like, this dude, and I've seen this video, right? This dude talks to all the different cooks and stuff like that, and, you know, they're able to show him the freezers and all that cool stuff, and that's cool, right? But you mean to tell me that this dude, who's just supposed to be cooking in the grill, they're just going to be like, oh, yeah, no, sure, fuck it, totally, whatever, man. Like, absolutely, have a goddamn blast. We'll be more than happy to have you on the USS New York for 24 hours, unsupervised, not curated whatsoever, and sure, you got free reign of the ship, fuck it. No. And it's the same, again, it's the same thing with the Marine Corps base for Patty. There's no way in hell Patty can ever just walk onto a Marine Corps base. It's not going to happen, right? Patty ever tried doing that by himself with no cameras? He's lucky he doesn't get shot. Like, of course it's staged. Of course it's planned. It has to be. And I'm not saying what Patty is doing is wrong. They've been doing this for years and years and years. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it absolutely has an ulterior motive. 1,000,000% it does. What's going on, Corgi? How you doing? And they will shoot you for all they know you might be a terrorist. Yeah, there's tons of things. I mean, they might do, because it's a civilian and they don't know, they might try to detain you, they might have to tase you, they like, and do anything and everything before they get to lethal force. But make no mistake about it, if you try and walk onto a Marine base by yourself just because you want on, if you piss them off enough, they will shoot you. You know what I mean? Like, that's just kind of how it is. Okay. News. 18 years later, Disney, oh boy, announces a Simpsons movie. Oh boy. Disney's 20th Century has announced that a new movie is based on the long-running animated TV sitcom The Simpsons is in the works. The newly announced sequel will arrive in 2027, 20 years after the release of the first Simpsons flick. On 29 September, Disney in 20th Century announced on social media that a new Simpsons film was officially in development. No plot details were shared about the movie, but Disney did post a teaser for the upcoming sequel. The poster features Homer Simpson grabbing a pink donut covered in sprinkles shaped like the number 2, likely hinting that the movie will be titled The Simpsons Movie 2. The tagline, Homer's coming back for seconds, is included on the poster. So good news, Homer is back. Shocking, I know, but there you go. Okay. Created by Matt Groening, and premiering in '89, Simpsons is the longest-running sitcom TV show. While many have criticized the show's quality since the late '90s, the series has remained extremely popular on TV and is considered an anchor of Fox's Sunday block of animated TV shows. The original Simpsons movie premiered in July of '07 and was a huge box office hit, earning over $536 million at the global box office. That movie featured a story about a giant dome being put over the town of Springfield due to pollution. It also brought back old former writers, took years to make, and featured a more detailed art style. Okay, we've heard rumors for years of a second Simpsons movie, including a proposed follow-up featuring the franchise's alien characters, Kang and Kodos. That movie didn't move forward as the writing staff couldn't stretch the plot out to a full-length movie, but now it seems the writers and producers behind the show have finally nailed the plot for the next flick. Now we just have to wait till 2027. Is anybody, like, excited for this? You know what I mean? Like, maybe it's just me. I haven't watched The Simpsons in years. Does anybody really watch The Simpsons anymore? Even as a kid, I had to bring my civilian military ID card if I ever went on the base with my parents. Oh, yeah, absolutely. They don't fuck around. They don't fuck around at all. Now, granted, Corgi's right. You know, after a while, they see you there for a little bit and so on. Oh, yeah, that's so-and-so's kid. No worries, right? But that doesn't mean he won't get a dressing down because he forgot his civilian ID. You know what I mean? Like, he could absolutely still get a dressing down, but most of the time, yeah, it's, you know, it's so-and-so's kid. It's fine. Just slap him on the wrist a little bit, scare him, make sure he brings the thing in. Okay, yes, and we went over this Saturday. You can rewind and you can go back to earlier parts in the stream. Absolutely. But there's a catch. The catch is that you have to be a Twitch Turbo subscriber or you have to be subscribed to the channel that you're trying to rewind the stream on. Those are the only two ways. I kind of have a problem with that, if I'm being honest. I have a couple of problems with that, especially considering the biggest one being YouTube does that for free. That to me is kind of a slap in the face. I don't like it. I don't dislike it. That's pretty much it. Okay, yeah. I mean, same Spectre. Like, I mean, you're not excited, but it's just there. And it's like, okay, I'm not excited for another Simpsons movie. Kick also does it for free. Yeah, Kick does it for free. YouTube does it for free. And it's like, I understand what they're trying to do, but that doesn't necessarily make it right either. Monetizing something that everybody else does for free, in my opinion, is really, really stupid. And then on top of that, I think the other issue too is if people are going to be using it for the reasons that they say they're going to be using it, right? That's all well and fine, except here's the big problem. Somebody comes in late to the stream and I'm in the middle of talking to someone, right? And they go, well, what are we talking about? What are we doing? Well, now instead of having to go back and go, okay, well, this is what we started with, and they like, yeah, I can just tell them, hey, just rewind like 5-10 minutes, right? Oh, okay, cool. If they're subscribed, hey, rewind like 5-10 minutes. So they do that, and then they come back after 10 minutes of having been here, but not listening to what's being talked about because they've been listening to what was talked about. And then they have to go, well, what are you talking about now? So then I have to go, well, you're going to have to rewind another 5 to 10 minutes. So then they have, and like the pattern just keeps repeating. So you haven't actually solved a problem, but instead you just created a new one because now everybody is perpetually that long behind. It just, to me, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, hey, you want to do it, but just say, hey, you know what? We've got a thing. It'll show somebody's live, and you can scrub through, and hey, just like YouTube, maybe there's a little purple light next to live, right? And if at any point you want to just go back to live, just click the thing that says live, and then the purple light turns on, and then there you go. Ta-da! And that's all they would have needed. But now they have to charge people for it, and it's like, what are we doing? You know? Honestly, I didn't know the show was still on. Yeah, sadly it is. The last thing I heard is they killed off Marge or something like that, and they had to revert it because of the outrage. That I'm not surprised by. I mean, they did that with Family Guy too when Lois was killed. They had to they reverted it, but it wasn't like, oh well, we're just starting off with another episode as if nothing ever happened. It was written into the show. I don't know. I think YouTube is horrible for interaction. YouTube is horrible for interaction. Yes, absolutely it is. 1,000,000%. But the problem is that, again, if anybody comes in and specifically, see, perfect example. If somebody comes in and goes, oh, we were literally just talking about the Simpsons movie and who died? I only caught the last of it. And I tell you, okay, literally go back 5 minutes, and then you go back and you watch 5 minutes to figure out who it was that we were talking about that was killed off in a fictional TV show. Now you're still 5 minutes behind when you come back live because you have no context of what's being talked about. Some YouTube channels have live content. Example, WCW channel plays old Nitro and Thunder videos, but they live stream them rather than just being a VOD. Yeah, but that's not live content. That's literally just a guy sitting there and playing shit. That's it. South Park reverts Kenny dying all the time, not a big deal. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. They do. But, I mean, the whole joke with Kenny is that originally Kenny was supposed to be killed off literally every single episode. Right? That was kind of the whole point for Kenny. That's the plus side to chat overlays, is when you rewind, the chat is still relevant. Yes, that's true. The chat is still relevant, and I do like that. It's just one of those things where it's like, again, well, but you're creating... You've resolved a problem nobody really asked for and simultaneously created another problem. Because now that person's constantly going to be 5 minutes behind. If I tell them, go back 5 minutes, and they go back 5 minutes and watch for 5 minutes, and then they come back, now we're talking about something completely different. Now they're still going to have to go back 5 more minutes. You know what I mean? Yeah, re-explain what you had said 17 and a half minutes ago. Well, not only is it that, but now they rewind 17 and a half minutes, watch all 17 and a half minutes, and then they come back, and guess what? They're still 17 and a half minutes behind. So now what? Oops. For Rewind to work, the stream must be non-interactive. I'm going to be completely honest. The thing that I think they're trying to allow people to do easier, and I honestly don't think it has anything to do with interaction of the video. I think, personally, it has everything to do with allowing everybody to go back and being able to clip a hell of a lot easier. I think that's what that is. Right? Because there are so many people that, they go, oh my God, clip that or whatever, instead of, clipping it themselves. And you may or may not get it. But now, anybody who's subscribed can just go back a minute or two, find the thing, clip it. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's what it's about, if I'm being honest. I really, really, really think that's what it's about. I sincerely do. That's the only thing that makes sense. It really is the only thing that makes sense, especially on a live streaming platform. Like, why would they only allow people who are subscribed either through Twitch Turbo or to that channel to be able to do it? Wouldn't that be something that you'd want everybody to do? They're doing it because they're sweetening the pot for people who are subscribed, and B, because now nobody really has any excuse. And if you really, really wanted to, you could save the timestamp for when it happens in the video, and then later on down the road, you can come home, bring up the VOD, put in the timestamp and you can clip it. Before, all you had to do was go to your page and then videos, and then your current stream would be uploaded to its most recent progress as a previous broadcast. So you go back and clip like that without subbing. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. So that's what they're trying to do now is they're trying to give people who are subscribed through Twitch some sweetened incentive, and B, they're bringing it into the forefront because now anybody and everybody can clip. Believe it or not, there are a lot of people out there who don't know that little trick. There are a lot of people out there who don't know that little trick. There are tons of people out there who sit there and go, oh, well, I mean, if it wasn't clipped the first time, then fuck it, why bother? Right? It's not like I'm going to be able to clip it again. And then they just kind of go and do whatever. There are tons of people that don't know that trick. Now, whether or not you can actually do that still, I have no idea. But that's why they're highlighting it. Because there were a bunch of people who absolutely had no clue you could do that. So, and I think it's set up more for clips. You can, I just checked. Yeah, so see what they're doing? They're trying to sweeten the pot for people who are subscribed. That's all they're doing. They're just trying to sweeten the pot, and, yeah, it's just, okay, well, there you go. Yay! It doesn't make much sense to me, if I'm being honest. But yeah, 18 years later, do I give much of a shit about a new Simpsons movie? Not really. Not really. I'm sure that there are people out there that still like Simpsons, but I think they're way too late. Next up, Ghost of Yote review. This is an actual review, which is something that I've been looking forward to only because I want to see, and I haven't read any of it, but I really want to see if this is going to be another one of those situations where the game comes out and Star Wars Outlaws, right? Perfect example. Star Wars Outlaws comes out. You had a lot of people singing its praises, but then when the players got their hand on it, it was nothing but problems initially until they went back and they unfucked everything. So I want to see what this one is, because Sucker Punch really set the bar high, for sure. Twitch is really pushing Turbo. I wonder if streamers make less from Turbo subs than channel subs. I really do not see the point of a person having Turbo and also subbing to streamers unless they really want to support. Can I interject? Yeah, sure, absolutely. Turbo is a way you make... Okay, let me put it this way. Streamers make basically about the same. They make basically about the same on Twitch, on Turbo subscribed people as they do people who sub to them specifically. So on my end, whether you're Twitch Turbo or whether you're subscribed to me, it doesn't matter, right? In terms of like the amount of money that I get for it. So that's all well and fine. I think what they're doing is they're trying to push Twitch Turbo specifically because Twitch Turbo is one of the only ways that they can double dip legally and get away with it. Because they're not paying $6, they're paying like $12. Or they may even be paying like $10, which is still a deal, but for the amount of money that they're making off of that $10 or $12, it's still infinitely more than if you were only paying for one subscription. Only reason I asked is I'm the only one here who's actually played the game. What did you ask? It's not popping up, Corgi. What did you ask? It seems a turbo split would be way less since they have to percent it out to all streamers when a sub is just between Twitch and one streamer. It has nothing to do with percentage. It has everything to do with, especially for people like me, it has everything to do with people who are watching Twitch Turbo count. If you could interject. Oh, yeah, no, please. Absolutely interject. If that's what you are you talking about, like interjecting when we go through the article? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's not it's not as simple as, oh well, here's a Twitch Turbo subscriber, right? You're going to get the same cut, or you're going to get actually less of a cut if you put it that way. No. That's not how it works. You're just automatically counted as a subscriber watching when it comes to somebody's channel, because you're technically subscribed everywhere. So if they give me the same cut that I'm used to because a Twitch Turbo subscriber is watching versus them having to manually take their cut from somebody who directly subscribes to my channel, then I don't have to worry about anything because they're making more money. I got a code from a friend of a friend about 15 hours in. Okay, fair enough. So I don't know what this entails. I have no idea. I haven't looked at it. I just saw Ghost of Yotei review, and I want to see what they have to say. Working your way through lists in a video game is incredibly satisfying. Whether it's collecting items or completing missions, there's just something enticing about listing out your plans and marking them as complete one by one. Ghost of Yotei understands this intimately and capitalizes on it by starting with protagonist Atsu literally writing out her hit list of 6 men who took everything from her. You even use the PS5 DualSense controller's touchpad to write out their names so you can spend the rest of the game hunting them down and crossing them off with their own blood. It's a simple but incredibly satisfying setup, and that core idea, the joy of knowing your objectives and completing them, extends to every other element of Ghost of Yotei to create a consistently satisfying experience that is very difficult to put down. Okay. I mean, that sounds pretty good so far. Developer Sucker Punch made an unexpected choice for its Ghost of Tsushima sequel by setting it centuries later. Watch this review on YouTube. I haven't seen this at all. It allows Yotei to fit in its established samurai universe aesthetically and mechanically without having to dream up new reasons for previous protagonist Jin Sakai to continue his already concluded mission of vengeance. It lets Yotei keep the best parts while not having to engage with any Jin baggage at all. Atsu's revenge mission is familiar and sometimes even predictable. Still, it is so well executed and her motivations are in such sharp focus throughout that I never felt bored or like I was treading familiar ground. Her flashbacks, often delivered with player-directed gameplay sequences that are completely seamless, expertly set up everything she lost by putting the player in her headspace. I fully understand why she not just wants but needs to kill the Yotei 6, and was eager to help her through it, along with the satisfying violence of achieving revenge. Some sequences moved me to tears. Her experience going after the Kitsune, which highlights Atsu's relationship with her mother, was particularly affecting, and I credit much to that. I credit much of that to the well-realized characterization of Atsu. Among my few narrative complaints is how frequently her targets just barely slip through her fingers for story reasons before she finally executes her killing blow. Okay, I think that's fair. I think that's totally fair. But despite being a fundamental element of Ghost of Yotei, its narrative is only a portion of the larger experience. Moving and fighting your way through Etzo is an always compelling experience, not because it radically readdresses or changes the mechanics that made Tsushima so great, but rather because they are carefully iterated on and improved in sometimes subtle ways. Using the wind to navigate the world returns as a brilliant way to always know where you're going without having to look at on-screen maps or markets. This helps significantly with immersion and is also especially important since environments look fantastic. Following birds and foxes to secondary locations with always worthwhile rewards is a distraction I was unfailingly eager to take advantage of. Combat, though familiar if you played Tsushima, is still a wonderful ballet of attacks, counters, and constant weapon swapping without the need to enter a menu to always keep you thinking and moving. Stealth also continues to prioritize satisfaction over realism and punishment with new tools to make everything more interesting. Okay, fair enough. Digging it so far. You thought that bit was annoying as well? Oh, the guys constantly slipping through her fingers. I could see that being a little eh. Yotei's primary triumph, arguably, though, is its pacing. Despite being absorbed in the narrative, I was constantly distracted by side missions as they all offer worthwhile and different short stories that always feed into making Atsu a more skilled Onryo. I wasn't putting off the golden path as much as I struggled to stay on it in a way I never minded. And all of this is aided by load times that I can only describe as technological magic. Moving anywhere on the map is shockingly instantaneous. Turning in bounties, upgrading equipment, finding new side quests, and more never give you an opportunity to pause or catch your breath, which means the hours spent in Etso fly by. But if you want to roleplay a world where Atsu can't magically teleport, there are systems in place in full respect of the player's time that let her bring vendors directly to her campsites without needing to travel, which is smart. Okay, fair. Ghost of Yotei does not radically reinvent or change what worked in Tsushima, but that's fine because, frankly, Sucker Punch nailed the mechanics the first time. Where I argue it does improve in big ways is in its narrative and characters. Atsu is justifiably angry woman who probably drinks too much, which is my fault, I admit, because drinking sake restores spirit. She knows exactly what she wants and is more than willing to fight for it. She was compelling to me from the moment we made our list together, and I loved spending time with her, watching her grow, and enjoying the journey of everyone she met along the way. And it is all done with basically no loading screens. 9.25. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I thought the weapon swapping would be annoying as fuck, like the stance swapping was in Tsushima, but it's kind of grown on you. Okay, fair. So, I mean, I don't know how many hours this guy put into it. It doesn't say. But what do you think of the review? Do you think it's on par? Do you think it's missing something? Fairly on par. Okay, cool. So, in all honesty, I really feel like Ghost of Yotei is going to be another massive hit. I really do. Personally, you're interested? I am too. Absolutely. Next up, we covered this, I want to say Friday, but it's happening. Electronic Arts is being acquired for $55 billion and will go private. Electronic Arts is being acquired for $55 billion by an investor consortium consisting of the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, Silver Lake, and Affinity Partners. The all-cash transaction sees this collective absorb 100% of the publisher, effectively taking the company private. Well, here's the problem. What do you consider good? This transaction is the largest all-cash sponsor-take private investment in history, said to, quote, accelerate innovation and growth to build the future of entertainment, according to a press release. The deal was approved by the EA's board of directors and is expected to close during Q1 of 2027, pending customary regulatory approvals. As long as people have more than half a brain cell. Well, and again, it could very well be that they have more than half a brain cell, but in the wrong direction. So this is kind of one of those, the devil you know may be better than the one you don't situations. Unfortunately, we just don't know. Just so we're all on the same page, when I covered this, I want to say it was Friday, it was shown that Electronic Arts has been a publicly traded company since 1990. I was 4 at the time. And that's when EA came out as a publicly traded company. So literally, we're talking 37 years. That's a long time to be a public company, and now all of a sudden they're going private. So anything could happen. We don't know. I was turning 15 and 16, yeah, or 15 and 16, yeah. I mean, this is a kind of a big thing. Once the acquisition is complete, EA will stay headquartered in Redwood City, California, and Andrew Wilson will remain CEO. Stockholders will receive $210 per share in cash, representing a 25% premium to the unaffected share price of $168.32 at market close on September 25th. Following the acquisition, EA's common stock will no longer be listed on any public market. Our creative and passionate teams at EA have delivered extraordinary experiences for hundreds of millions of fans, built some of the world's most iconic IP, and created significant value for our business. This moment is a powerful recognition of their remarkable work, said Andrew Wilson in a press release. Looking ahead, we will continue to push boundaries of entertainment, sports, and technology, unlocking new opportunities. Together with our partners, we will create transformative experiences to inspire generations to come. I am more energized than ever about the future we are building. The acquisition group, dubbed the Consortium, consists of 3 companies. First is PIF, the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Saudi Arabia. The PIF has expanded its reach into the video game industry through its Savvy Games Group, an entity founded in 2021. In the last 4 years, the PIF has purchased stakes in gaming companies such as Nintendo, Activision Blizzard, Take-Two, Capcom, Embracer Group, and Nexon. The Savvy Games Group also owns American mobile gaming company Scopely, and earlier this year announced plans to acquire the game division of Pokemon Go developer Niantic. The PIF had an existing stake in EA before its full acquisition of the company. The second company is Silver Lake, a multi-billion-dollar global technology investment firm based in North America, Europe, and Asia. Lastly, Affinity Partners is a Miami-based investment firm founded in 2021 by Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of President Donald Trump, who once served as White House senior advisor during Trump's first term. The consortium states it will, quote, bring deep sector experience, committed capital, and global portfolios with networks across gaming, entertainment, and sports that offer unique possibilities for EA to blend physical and digital experiences, enhance fan engagement, and create new growth opportunities. May just wait until everything is said and done, take your payout? Fuck yeah. Absolutely. I would. The acquisition comes as EA gears up for October 10th launch of Battlefield 6, which is shaping up to be its biggest release of the year. EA's portfolio of upcoming titles also includes Plants vs. Zombies Replanted, next year's Star Wars Zero Company. I think that's the XCOM one, isn't it? And more distant projects such as the next Mass Effect, a third Star Wars Jedi title, and Motive Studios' Iron Man. Where is it? Zero Company. Yeah, this is the XCOM style one. That's what that is. Fair enough. It also comes after 2 years of massive layoffs across EA. In February of 2024, EA laid off over 600 employees. Titanfall developer Respawn Entertainment suffered cuts this past April, which resulted in 2 project cancellations. In May, EA closed Cliffhanger Games, canceling the studio's in-development Black Panther game. So it could be a good thing. It could not. We honestly, we just don't know. The thing that I think would make it better is typically when you have companies buy out other companies, whether it's, a public company is going private or whatever, you typically have a bunch of people that sadly are considered redundant and are let go. The upside to them going private, though, is that they don't have to do that. So if they go, no, literally everybody here is important, there's literally nothing stopping them from going, why would we restructure everything? Everything works the way it should, but now we're able to, instead of jump through hoops and board of directors and all this other crap, we can just skip all that bullshit and go, this is what needs to be done. We don't need to fire anybody, right? So when it comes to employees, sure, there's a little bit more job security as a private company. Absolutely. Maybe not like a shit ton, but there's definitely more job security, for sure. So for employees, hey, hallelujah. I get it. For everybody else, the only thing, the only thing that we're really going to have to go off of is what is this going to do bottom line for EA consumers, right? Like, is this just going to give us a slew of shit video games? We don't know. We have to wait and see. Reminds me, what do y'all think of the casting in the third Black Panther movie with Will Smith and Denzel Washington? What? Wait. Who's Black Panther? Hang on. Black Panther 3. Wakanda, is it Wakanda Forever? No, it's not Wakanda Forever. No. Yeah, this is not it. Upcoming superhero film, but yeah, okay. The film is a sequel to Black Panther and Wakanda Forever. It will be an installment of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Cast: Letitia Wright as Shuri, or Black Panther, and then Denzel Washington as to-be-confirmed character, and I'm assuming the same thing is with Will Smith. I really like Denzel Washington. I really, really do. I think Will Smith can also be really, really good. It just really depends on what they decide to put him in, honestly. That really is the big thing, right? Like, I mean, if they're just gonna do, like, you remember in the Thor movie how Anthony Hopkins was Thor's father, right? That worked out really, really, really well, in my opinion. I thought Anthony Hopkins did great as Thor's father. I thought he was fantastic as that. But if you just had Anthony Hopkins just do a stupid little cameo thing, I don't think many people would have cared. So yeah, give me a second. We find the trailer. Fair enough. Absolutely. We still got stuff we got to go through anyway. Did with all actors added to the newest movies. Marvel will butcher Denzel. I mean, it's entirely possible, sadly. But the internet reacts to EA's $55 billion sale to some of the worst people around. Uh-oh. After reports sprouted up last week that EA, the publisher behind The Sims, BioWare's catalog, and most of your favorite sports games, was being acquired for over $50 billion in a joint venture between Saudi Arabia's private investor fund, Silver Lake, and Jared Kushner-owned Affinity Partners, the company has officially confirmed the deal. If approved, the acquisition would go down as one of the most expensive in history of the video game industry and would make EA a privately held company. Given the questionable ownership, the internet is not taking the news well. Found it? Okay, cool. Hang on. Let me bring this up really, really quick. And I'll pause it. There we go. The Saudi Arabian government's attempts at sports washing away the stink of its dire human rights laws, as evidenced by its investments in various facets of the video game industry, are well documented at this point. Its money runs so deep that it has investments and ownerships in things like fighting game tournament EVO, the Esports World Cup, and even Pokemon Go. Now it has a lot of money in one of the biggest video game publishers on the planet, and the internet is worried about what that means for not just for the games themselves, but for the people working under EA's umbrella. Again, I can't necessarily say I disagree with any of that. This is the part where you say this is no bueno. Why do I have the feeling like this is AI or a fan I have to see it. Hang on. Well, this fucking sucks. I don't really think people realize just how bad the Saudis and Trump's nephew controlling the stable of IP held onto EA is for the art form. If you think mainstream gaming was stale before, now it's just going to be owned by the most conservative people on the planet too. Okay. It's official. EA is going private. The leveraged buyout will be financed by a staggering $20 billion of debt, which likely means some aggressive cost cutting is ahead for EA in the coming months and years. Again, we don't know. EA owns BioWare, Dragon Age and Mass Effect, Respawn, Titanfall, and Apex Legends, System Shock, Dead Space, Need for Speed, classics like Ultima and Wing Commander, and The Sims, on top of so many more games and franchises which will now be subject to the control of the Saudi royal family. Okay. Business model should be flatly illegal, taking on a bunch of debt to buy a company and then burning the company to the ground to service that debt while paying yourselves huge fees is a purely destructive practice that has never once had a positive outcome. Ban it completely. Again, I don't necessarily think that's a terrible take. Given Saudi Arabia's treatment of queer people, a fair bit of concern has been extended specifically to The Sims and BioWare, the developer of Mass Effect and Dragon Age, all of which have been trailblazers for queer representation in video games. EA CEO Andrew Wilson has stated in an email to staff that the company's values and its commitment to players and fans around the world remain unchanged. But considering that both the Saudi Arabian government and Jared Kushner, the owner of Affinity Partners and Donald Trump's son-in-law, now own the publisher, that's not exactly convincing. Again, fair. So your games, guns and football, yes. Mostly guns and football. Yep. No gay stuff, no politics. We're not going to like. Haha, definitely not. Hey, could you give me 1 sec? I just need to shut down a studio real quick. Let me see. Saudi government's influence on the games it has money in has thus far resulted in some bizarre shit, such as soccer player Cristiano Ronaldo showing up in the latest Fatal Fury. Though developer SNK has insisted the company's sale to PIF would not affect its games, beyond that, Saudi Arabian government has been hosting events with industry figureheads like Hideo Kojima. The nation's monetary investment in video games has been extensive, but buying one of the biggest companies in the space, whose games are played by millions every year, is almost certainly the farthest reaching move it's made thus far. We don't know what impact it will have on EA, its studios, and its IP in the future, but in this moment, things look bleak. Again, we kind of got to wait and see. That really is what it is. Let me see this. Who's this put out? Oh, KH Studio? Yeah, that's AI. Yeah, KH Studio is a, they do fake trailers. So, KH Studio says, welcome to our channel, KH Studio, where we will be creating concept trailers and much more just for fun and to bring entertainment to all of you. So, they're the same people who did fucking Titanic 2. And the difference is that Titanic 2 goes down backwards. I'm not even kidding. Jack's older. The ship goes down backwards. Same ship, by the way. So, yeah. One of those, and trust me, I've been there. I've got by them, but that's why I one of the things I did, because I can't stand channels who do that, is whenever I get the chance, I report them. I do. I report them, because if you're not going to show me an actual product, there's no reason why you should be able to advertise a product just so that you can get clicks. Okay, I was wrong, my bad. No, dude, I think at some point all of us have been hit by KH Studio. Not sure why an entity would buy a failing company unless they want the tech or network. They probably want both, and they've been trying to get into the video game space more so than they have in the past. And the problem with Saudi Arabia, specifically, is that there are a lot of human rights violations, but it seems more often than not when something new comes to light in terms of human rights violations, they turn around and go, hey guys, we're hosting Evo this year. And it's like, oh, okay. We're gonna have all of our contestants fly out to somewhere in Saudi Arabia. You know what I mean? Like, all that stuff. Saudi Arabia is business focused for sure. Yeah, they don't want the bad press. And I mean, think about it. One of the biggest ways to cover up really, really, really like horrific shit is to get a brand new generation of people who know nothing to go, oh, wow, yeah, no, these guys are awesome. Good old bait and switch. Yeah, pretty much. But again, in terms of what that's going to do for the company, in terms of what that's going to leave us with, I think it's anybody's guess at this point. We just have to wait and see. There's not much else we can do. Now, this one was interesting. They'll probably use a shell company or two to hide who actually owns EA. Well, no. They already said who owns EA. You've got Silver Lake, you've got Saudi Arabia's PIF, and you got another company. All three of them are buying out the company together. So it all legally has to be done because we're talking about $55 billion. So yeah, and it, like, even if they went to another country, it still wouldn't be finalized because EA started in the US, so it all has to go through all the US red tape. So everybody has to know who's buying who and for how much and why and all that crap. Yeah. This one was kind of interesting because this is something that a lot of people were disappointed by, and I honestly can't say I blame them. Xbox hoped that the canceled Perfect Dark reboot would capitalize on lack of new Metal Gear Solid and James Bond games, and reportedly could have been an episodic release. Xbox's now canceled Perfect Dark reboot had been intended to capitalize on a lack of upcoming secret agent genre games, such as new entries into Metal Gear Solid or James Bond franchises. God, they timed that pretty shitty, didn't they? Of course, new games in the Metal Gear Solid and James Bond series are now upon us, with Metal Gear Solid Delta, Snake Eater out now, and Hitman developer IO Interactive's 007 First Light due next March. The detail is one of many shared in a fresh MP First report on Microsoft's long-held plans to revive the Perfect Dark series. Sadly, the game's development was ditched, and Xbox Studio The Initiative was shut down in July of this year as part of a devastating wave of Microsoft cuts. According to internal development documentation, Microsoft's creative vision for Perfect Dark was primarily inspired by the HBO series Westworld, while areas of the game, such as the playable vertical slice shown publicly, were part of the game's Season 1. This isn't the first time we've heard of episodic release plans for Perfect Dark. Back in 2023, IGN's deep dive into the game's troubled development suggested the product was still several years away from launching, and even then was leaning towards a narrative told as episodically over time. Other details from the report mention a key adrenaline system, which would have allowed players to either heal, increase damage dealt, or reduce incoming damage. The ability to focus and slow down time to dodge bullets was also being worked on. You mean to tell me the reason they canceled the damn games was because of Delta and the incoming Bond game? Fuck them. It seems like that's definitely one of the things, is that they wanted to capitalize on the fact that there was no Metal Gear Solid, there was no James Bond, and there was no Splinter Cell, and they were going to make a gajillion dollars because they were the only secret agent franchise that had anything out. And then Metal Gear Solid and 007 show up, and it kind of feels like they went, oh, well, now we're fucked, and they just canceled it. Earlier this month, IGN and Bloomberg both reported that a deal to save Perfect Dark from its canceled fate was nearly struck, with Microsoft in talks with Grand Theft Auto publisher Take-Two until the deal fell through. In July, a developer who worked on the Perfect Dark reboot addressed the claim that last year's gameplay demo was fake, and said the glimpse was a vertical slice of the project running in-engine. In a memo shared with affected staff regarding Xbox's cuts and the cancellation of both Perfect Dark and long-gestating Rare project Everwild, Microsoft Gaming CEO Phil Spencer talked of focusing on strategic growth areas, and added that our platform, hardware, and game roadmap have never looked stronger. The successes we're seeing currently is based on tough decisions we've made previously, Spencer said at the time. We must make choices now for continued success in future years, and a key part of that strategy is the discipline to prioritize the strongest opportunities. So what Phil, okay, basically what it sounds like is they realize that Metal Gear Solid and James Bond were coming back and didn't have enough they didn't have enough faith in their game to think that it was going to make them any money. So instead, they just pissed away God knows how many millions of dollars and fired everybody because a game that has been in development for years and was on track was outdone by the people they wanted to outdo. That's insane. That's insane. Holy shit. That's absolutely insane. That is just so stupid. Many people were actually expecting that game. I was too, and I was interested in it. And now the final thing, anybody who loves Skyrim, after 15 years with Bethesda's most important RPG, Skyrim Grandma retires for real. Quote, "I'm not having any fun with it anymore." And comments from all the little kids in her 1.3 million YouTube subs aren't helping. Shirley Curry hangs up her helmet after 15 years in Bethesda's iconic RPG. She's known to most people as Skyrim Grandma. Says she has finally had enough of Bethesda's iconic RPG after 15 years of playing and uploading different character stories. Once again, but for real this time, she's retiring from Skyrim YouTube. Now approaching 90 years old, Curry says in her latest video, "My goodbye to Skyrim," that I am no longer going to be uploading Skyrim content. Curry notes that aside from a few older regular viewers, most of her viewers seem to be very young kids, children, and I'm not getting any feedback from them on the videos. Comments saying, "Hi, Grandma," or "I love you, Grandma," might get the occasional like from Curry and a zillion upvotes from others, but she says that kind of feedback, quote, "isn't what I was spending my time on making and uploading videos for." Curry says she'll still upload a vlog once in a while when I have something to talk to you guys about, older ones. Here again, when she says older one, Curry says she means teens and up, the ones who have regularly commented on my videos actually talk to me. Sharing her religious blog, she also mentions the Shirley Curry follower mod for Skyrim. Curry reiterates that, quote, "I do not want all these kids to come there and say hi rather it's for conversation." The sticking point comes up again at the end of the video. Curry seems exhausted by the gap between the size of her audience, now over 1.3 million YouTube subscribers 10 years since her first upload, and the volume of actual meaningful engagement coming from them. She also says she's had her fill of Skyrim. So, yeah. This has come to this because I'll soon be 90 years old, she concludes. Every time I come up with a new idea of how to play a story in Skyrim, which is what I've mostly always done, made up my own stories in there, I make 1 or 2 or 3 videos with a new character, and then I'm just bored again. So that's why I'm just going to stop uploading anything with Skyrim. I'm tired. I'm not having fun with it anymore, probably because of all the little kids on there. I think that's about all I have to say. I hope my older viewers will stay with me and keep talking to me like you have been. Earlier this year, Curry took a break from Skyrim to enjoy a run as Oblivion Remastered Grandma, savoring Virtuos and Bethesda's The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered as something of a vacation. Nearly 1 year ago exactly, she initially retired from making gaming videos, saying even then that it isn't fun anymore, I'm tired of it, I'm bored to death with it. This time it sounds like her Skyrim retirement will stick. Bethesda was told Skyrim can't survive going up against Call of Duty, but Pete Hines knew the RPG could launch against Modern Warfare 3, quote, "They're a big brand, but they're not a better game." So that's it. Skyrim Grandma's done, apparently. She just ain't having fun with it anymore. And yeah. Nobody's giving, well, I can't say nobody, but the vast majority seem like they're not giving her any more feedback. So why keep doing it if it's not fun? I can see that. And I mean, hey, she's 90 years old, right? She's 90 years old. There's nothing wrong with that. She's more than put her time in. Engagement is hard sometimes. Well, it's not only that, but it's like she has a core group of people, from what this article says. She does have a core group of people that actually love to discuss different things with her and talk about different things, and that's all well and fine. But when the vast majority of people is, hi, Grandma, or I love you, Grandma, and that's it, sure, it gets a million updates, but that doesn't mean anything to her. You know what I mean? That's just somebody going hi and then running away. That's all they're doing. So I can understand it. I can completely see where she's coming from, for sure. And it's not even necessarily like engagement that, what's the word I'm looking for here? So, okay. When people sit there and they go, and I'm pretty sure this guy does this too, right? I'll just bring it back to this, right? I'm pretty sure this guy's like, well, I mean, what do you think? You know, what would be your, like, you know, favorite foods or whatever if you were on a Navy ship? You know, let me know down in the comments, right? That's all well and fine, but if I scroll down on this, props to you, Frank. The cooking staff on our Navy ships in military mess halls are frequently overlooked and underappreciated. Can honestly say that when I was in the Air Force, I never had what I would consider a bad meal thanks to the cooks. Having grown up in Bay Ridge, Dagger Heights in Brooklyn, being 18 when 9/11 happened, yeah. And like everybody's going to go through and kind of tell their own story and so on, but that's because of the type of video this is, right? That's all well and fine. But imagine if he was just like, well, let me know in the comments down below, and then literally everybody was just like, hi, Frank. Hi, Frank. Hi, Frank. Good to see you, Frank. Thanks, Frank. Bye, Frank. Hi, Frank. Hi, Frank. Like, is it technically engagement? Yes. Does it help Frank at all? Absolutely not. Because technically that is engagement, right? If I had, like, everybody go to my one video, granted, you know, again, YouTube, but if everybody went to my one video and typed in hi Shadow and that was it, that would and liked the video, that would be considered engagement as far as YouTube is concerned. Does it do me any good? Absolutely not. Not even remotely close. Not the right engage. Yeah, and it's like that's kind of the problem. And I've never seen Skyrim Grandma's stuff. I've literally never seen any of her stuff whatsoever. I don't know what any of it is about. But she put a lot of time and effort and work into it and coming up with different stories and everything else. And hey, there's nothing wrong with that. That's fantastic. She's one of the people, I'll be honest, she's one of the people who legitimately loved Skyrim so much that she was able to, in her mind, come up with all of these like really cool and engaging stories that people obviously seem to like. She's got 1.3 million YouTube subs. And that takes a lot of time and effort. So if you're not getting a whole hell of a lot of feedback, then you're just putting out videos that you like to do and you don't know if anybody else actually likes them. And if you're not doing it because, or if you're doing it specifically because, oh, well, you can make a shit ton of money, right? You're doing it wrong. If you're doing it because you have something to say or you have an idea or you have a story or whatever, then the people who actually like really take the time to sit down and write a comment that is constructive and that means the world to people like this. That absolutely means the world to them. But when all you're getting is hi Grandma, it doesn't translate over very, very well. So it's kind of a bummer, but I can understand and I can see her point. I can totally see her point. I mean, shit. I guarantee you there are people that 12, 13 years ago I was watching on YouTube that probably ended up doing the same thing that Skyrim Grandma's doing now. Right? So she's an OG. She's definitely an OG for sure. But yeah, I mean, hey, there's only so many times you can do the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again until you just kind of get bored. So I can understand that too. But you know what? It's sad, but hey, good for her. And I don't think any of her stuff, let me see. She said she was still going to be doing stuff, but let me see here. Skyrim Grandma. Shirley Curry. Yeah, her channel is still up. Her channel's still up. I don't think her channel's going anywhere. She said she'd do a blog and like all that stuff as well. But yeah, I mean, look at this. Skyrim AE episode 33, Xandor in a Damp Hall Mine. Okay, fair, but that's an hour long. That's an hour long video, right? 35 minutes, or you even have like 11 minutes, or hey, here's another almost hour long one, right? 28 minutes, 25 minutes, 29 minutes. The best way to describe it, especially, and I don't know her skill with video editing, but one thing that I will say is that generally speaking, when it comes to video editing, however long the video itself is, multiply it by a factor of 10, and that's typically how long it takes to actually edit the thing. So if it's an hour long, it probably took her the better part of an entire day, like an actual daytime shift, to sit there and edit that video. That's a lot of time and effort for a woman that's 90. You know? Like, I'm not gonna watch her video. I'm just gonna pause it really, really quick here. Don't worry, Shirley. Nobody knows how to pronounce the Dwarmer names. It's like they punch random keys again. Hi, Grandma Shirley. I'm glad the map I sent is getting some good use. This was a great dungeon for the kind of things you like doing. Enemies, but not super tough. Some looting, though the stuff could always be better. Not too shabby though. That bone mold armor looks great on Inigo. Also, knit super long. It's not super long itself, even though the video was on the longer side. We didn't get to Damp Hall Mine till near the end, so it wasn't a maze, thank goodness, and didn't depend on a quest to go through. Bet you wish more places were like that. Looking forward to Xandor exploring all of Solstheim. That doesn't give her much to go off of. I have no idea. This is the first time I've ever seen her channel. I've never seen her, so I don't know if she's role-playing. I have no clue.
Good morning, grandkids. Well, I have made it to Solstheim with Xandor, and he's supposed to be finding this strange named place. I forget what it is. I don't even know how to pronounce it.
That's fair.
Let me see if I can find it in his journal.
Hang on, I'll just skip through a little bit.
The next. Do this. I don't want to do it now. Besides, somebody's shooting. Oh, I like this one. Down, it's not wrecked. Could I swim out there and get on it? Look, they took a smaller boat in, left their ship out there. I'm gonna go out there and see what's there. I do believe. You wanna go, guys?
Okay, so to me it looks like what she's doing is like a longer form version of, and I wish I had a, oh no, you know what? Hang on, I do have an example. It's a little over exaggerated, but I do have an example of what she's doing, but it's longer form and she's doing it seriously. Okay. Oh shit, what is it? Germa, I think it's Germa Skyrim YouTuber. Cat Slam, Extreme Body Sliders. So basically Germa plays Elder Scrolls, right? And Elder Scroll, he plays Skyrim, right? And there is a part that's stream over. There is a part where basically he shows what YouTubers used to do, and it was one of those things. Oh, this is because this is Oblivion, that's why. But it was one of those things where, like, what YouTubers used to do is they used to sit down for, say, like 4 or 5 hours. And what they used to do is plan out everything that they were going to do, but they would cut it down into like 10 to 12 minute segments, because for the longest time, 12 minutes was the longest you could make a YouTube video. To be like, hey guys, today we're playing Skyrim, and oh my god, here we are, we're at the Capitol, and this, and like, they do all this goofy shit, and they talk and talk and talk, but literally they move like 10 feet, and then they go, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. And then what they do is they give it like 8 seconds, and then they start their next video. So literally all they have to do is just cut out the dead air. Right? So in like literally 4 or 5 hours, you got yourself God knows how many videos that are already set up and good to go, and you can just do a timed release for them once a day and you're golden. But Skyrim Grandma is quite literally doing it seriously. You know, she does, okay, well, here's an episode, and we're doing this, and we're going through all this stuff and so on. And then the next video, she just picks it right back up. So she's doing it, seems like, honestly, whereas it's actually kind of a long form evolution of what people used to do, which was, here, let's play a game, and I'm going to spend 10-15 hours playing this game, and if, you know, people really like it, you know, because of my 12-minute videos and stuff like that, then I'll play another 10-15 hours of it, and then I don't really have to work at all for the next, like, 2.5 months, if not longer. You know, so it's sad, and I'm sure that there are stories and stuff like that she can come up with, but it looks like it's kind of like a light RP deal. So what she does is she has her character, and she plays as her character, but it's not like a wild RP situation where everybody has to be in character all the time, right? She can talk to the audience, she can say whatever she wants and stuff like that, but then all of a sudden she turns around, you ready to go, guys? You know what I mean? So it's a light RP kind of deal. So yeah, but hey, I mean, props to her. If, you know, if that's what she wants to do and she's not getting any creative feedback really anymore, I get it. I completely get it. I mean, she's been going for years and years and years and years and years. So yeah, that's kind of huge. But I mean, hey, good on her. She lasted quite a while. She really, really did. So I can't really complain. And it's, you know, it sucks that obviously she's not going to have much more to do, but all good things have to come to an end at some point, right? There's a Spanish YouTuber that had a Minecraft series in which he made these stories that were pretty funny to watch. Not sure what he's up to these days, but I'm 100% sure he's still at the top of the Spanish YouTube. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all, actually. All right. Let's do this. Time for more Ace Attorney. There we go. Turnabout Samurai. Here we go. Ah! You have disgraced me for the last time, Steel Samurai. Pale moon in the sky cries for your blood. The moon? No, it is you who should gaze upon the moon, for it will be the last moon you ever see. See you in hell, evil magistrate. The warrior's swords gleam and strike in the moonlight. One has fallen, but who? Only the moon knows. Don't miss next week's exciting episode. The Dark Messenger returns. This one will be a really interesting one. Okay. That rocked! See you in hell, evil magistrate. Whoa! Stop waving that broom around. Oh, Nick! I didn't know you were here. Of course I'm here. What was that surreal show you were watching? What? Nick, you mean you don't know the Steel Samurai? Jesus. He's only the most popular TV hero for young people. Young? Like, how young? 10 years old? Then what the heck are you doing getting all excited? Hey, I'm only 17. That's 17. See? I'm a teen, not like you, Nick. Hey, don't talk to me like I'm your grandpa or something. I'm only 24. Then watch it with me. He's really cool, and it's really popular. When they asked grade school kids what they wanted to be, Steel Samurai was #1. I really worry about kids these days. Ramps. Well, the Steel Samurai's over. I guess it's time to close up the office. I guess. Wish we had some clients. Month has passed since my trial. Mia's murder was the talk of the town for some time, but no one paid any attention to the Wright & Co. law offices. How am I going to pay the rent this month? It'll be okay. I'm sure some big client is just around the corner. Phoenix Wright's bedroom. Oh boy. Oh no. Hello? This is Phoenix. Nick! Maya? What? It's still early. It's the Steel Samurai. The Steel Samurai got arrested. Huh? You mean the guy on that show? Yes! They're saying that the Steel Samurai killed a villain. Isn't that what he's supposed to do? Yeah, on TV. Yeah, on TV. No, I mean he actually did it in real life. He skewered a villain with his samurai spear. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Just come to the office, quick, please, Nick. Maya's here, watching television. Now for the morning news. The actor Will Powers was arrested yesterday. Powers plays the lead role in the popular kids show The Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo-Old Tokyo. He was arrested on suspicion of murder. The victim was Jack Hammer, who plays the villain known as the Evil Magistrate. His body was found still in the Evil Magistrate costume. The samurai spear was also found stuck through the body. Police believe this was the murder weapon and are investigating further. This has to be a joke. No, no, no! It's a nightmare! The Steel Samurai is over! The world is over! Yes? Wright & Co. law offices? What? Nick! It's the Steel Samurai! What? Yes, yes, of course. We'll be right there. Let's go, Nick. Go where? Have the Steel Samurai down in detention. So what? So I've decided this will be our first case. Oh boy. Well, what should we do? What should we do? How can you just sit there like that? We have to get down to the detention center and meet the Steel Samurai. Does she want to investigate this case or just do some sightseeing, I wonder? My money's on sightseeing. We don't have enough information to make a case yet. Just admit it, you don't have a clue what happened. No, we just don't have enough information. We should probably go then. Jesus! What's wrong, Maya? It's him, in the flesh. Is that guy really him? What do you mean, that guy? Of course it's him. Will Powers, our client. That's him. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but he definitely did it. Murderer. At least once, maybe twice. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you saying? Yes? Something wrong? No, no! This is getting off to a great start. I know. You're disappointed, aren't you? Disappointed? Oh no! Oh no! No, it's okay. This is the real me. When I got the part of the Steel Samurai with that mask, I decided I would never show my face in public until the job was over. It's the kids, you know? I didn't want to wreck their dreams. Oh. I guess it didn't matter. So much for dreams. I wonder what they think of Steel Samurai now. Nick? What? He's a good guy. I mean, he's good. Yeah? He didn't do it. Maybe you could start by telling us what happened. Yes, of course. Seems like it was only yesterday. Actually, it was only yesterday. The cast had come down to Global Studios for a run-through, and we went through a few action sequences at 10 a.m. that morning. There was a rehearsal scheduled for 5 in the afternoon. But when 5 came around and the staff gathered at the studio, Evil Magistrate was found lying in a crumpled heap near the set. They took off his mask and discovered that it was Jackhammer, dead. He'd been expertly skewered with that samurai spear. The samurai spear? Yes, it's a long spear that the Steel Samurai, uses as a weapon. Maybe you could explain to me just what the Steel Samurai is. Nick, how could you say such a thing? I'm sorry, sir. I apologize for my partner. He's new to this and a bit out of touch with the world. Hey, who's new to this? No, it's all right, really. The Steel Samurai is the lead character in a popular kids show. He walks the streets of Neo Old Tokyo, fighting battle after battle against the evil magistrate and his minions. Of course, he never really defeats the evil magistrate. Although, I guess he did defeat him this time. I see. Neo Old Tokyo? Who comes up with these names? Now, where were you on the day of the murder? Well, that morning I came to the studios at 9 a.m. We worked through some action scenes until noon. Rehearsal was to begin at 5, but I was a little tired. So after lunch, I took a nap in my dressing room. When I woke up, it was after 5. I was late for the rehearsal. Hurried to the studio and found everyone looking shocked. They arrested me on the spot and brought me here. So he was sleeping the entire afternoon of the murder? Some action hero. Oh, the kids think. I think I should probably check out the scene of the murder. Right. Global Studios. I'll draw you a map. Wow! Nick, let's go! I'm willing to bet $10 she asked for autographs. So this is where they make the Steel Samurai show. Awesome! Aren't you excited? Hey, you there! You want in, you gotta go through me. Oh, sorry. We're, lawyers. Oh, yeah? Well, that's great. I'm security. And it's my job to make sure that gawkers like you stay out. Gawkers? Gawkers. Sightseers. Tourists. I know the type. You heard about the incident and came to snoop around. Youths today. Something horrible happens and other shit, and why is this going so fast? Or do lawyers not like a life and work just as do as you please? I was young, things were I might with hippie clothes. What are you coming to these days? Nick? Will I grow up to be like her? Please say no. I don't know. It's possible. Hey! Listen when you're being spoken to. Youths today. Oh, God. Karen of all Karens. So what do you do here at the studios? At Global Studios, we make children's dreams come true. In fact, in my younger days... No, you were a star? Only a little twinkle between the stars here, I'm afraid, dearie. 500% knew you weren't going to keep up with the ramblings. God damn it. What? Wow. This place has really gone downhill, you know. But 10 years ago, now that was a studio of dreams. Hammer was a big star back then, too, he was. Hammer? The victim, dummy. The evil magistrate. He's been reduced to playing villains now. Not exactly the best material to work with. Can you tell me about Mr. Will Powers? He's not a bad kid, but don't be fooled by his mask. You wouldn't want him on the silver screen without it, believe me. Little old ladies watching would lose their lunch. That's probably why he thought that the Steel Samurai was his big chance. No one thought he was capable of doing what he did to poor Jackhammer. We don't know for certain that Will Powers is guilty. Powers? Of course he's guilty. How do I know? I know everything. That's my job. What kind of person was Jackhammer? What kind of person? Oh, if you only knew. Jackhammer will live on in many hearts as the ultimate action hero. He was simply dashing in the Dynamite Samurai series. Should I have heard of that? But there was an accident during filming 5 years ago. He got an unlucky break after that. Reduced to playing the villain in a children's program. What's more, I heard they were paying him peanuts. It's enough to make you cry. Why are you so certain Mr. Powers is the killer? I was standing right here yesterday, I was. I was here from 1 in the afternoon to 5 when they found the body. Now the studio where the murder took place is to the left here. So if you want to go to the studio, you gotta pass by me. Only person went by here between 1 and 2:30 when the murder took place. And that person was Mr. Powers? I saw him. But Mr. Powers says he was sleeping in his dressing room. Oh, I'm sure he would say that. He's no fool. But he was the only one that walked by. He's the killer. You can bet your biscuits on it. Isn't it about time for you to be heading home? There's nothing to see here. Move along. Actually, we're here at Mr. Powers' request. Huh, I thought you were suspicious looking. Show me a letter of request, and maybe I'll just let you in. This lady here thinks she owns this place, obviously. Okay, so I gotta go back. Hello. How was the studio? They all think I did it, don't they? No, not at all. Isn't that right, Nick? Right, not at all. At worst, you're a suspect. About the security guard at the main gate to the studio. Oh, the security lady? She's terrible. She called me suspicious looking. Yes, actually, she's said the same thing to me before. Take off that mask, were her words, I believe. She sucks up to all the bigwigs at the studio, but let her see you stumble once and she'll never let up on you. She's got some nerve. Do you think you could write up a letter formally requesting my representation? Of course. Nice. Just hope this will get me past security lady. Okay. Mr. Powers, you aren't hiding anything from me, are you? What? No. I'd never do that. Earlier you said that you were sleeping in your dressing room after lunch. Yes, like a baby. But the security lady says she saw you that day. She says she saw you heading towards the scene of the crime. What? That's not possible. I really don't know what to say. I was sleeping, I promise. Mr. Powers, if you want me to help you, you have to tell me the truth. I'm new to this lawyer business and I need every advantage I can get. I know. I'm sorry. But I swear to you on my mama's grave I was sleeping. Maybe the security lady only thought she saw me? What did she see? He doesn't seem to be lying. Alright, back to the studio. Ma'am, have a look at this. It's a letter of request from Mr. Powers. Yes, I recognize the bold, childish scrawl. Powers request given to the security lady. To think he would even entrust his fate to use is such unreliable appearance. Really? Really? Anyway, you may pass. But only left from here, toward the studios. No going to the right, that's the employee area. No one allowed inside, pal, were my instructions. The good detective told me himself. Hey, Nick. Huh? There were maps in the security guard station. Hey, not bad. Those are 50 cents apiece, thank you. Well, time to go, Nick. 50 cents! Jesus Christ. Outside Studio 1. Oh no. Hey. Aren't you that murderer from the other day? It's that confused detective. Hey, pal. Prosecutor Edgeworth is all upset, and it's your fault. I saw him sipping tea and staring gloomily out the window. So? Hey! If he's depressed, it's all your fault for doing sloppy detective work. Yeah. Detective? I think you hurt his feelings. Oh no, I'm sorry. Well, I think his feelings are easily hurt. You're right, pal. It's all my fault. I can blame other people all I want, but I know the truth in my heart. Hey, don't take it so hard. There's always the next case. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Hey, what exactly are you two doing here? Well, we're on this case too, pal. Huh? Hey, you can't just go around saying pal like that. That's my endearing character trait. I'd say he's a character, all right. So how's your investigation going, detective? By the look on his face, it's not good. Well, it's... Hey! I can't tell you that, pal. Nick, maybe you need to be a little more indirect with your questions. Right, so, detective, mind if I take a look at what you got? What I got? The autopsy report, the latest version, if you please. Right. Sorry about what happened last time, pal. Pierced through by the chest with a spear, 2:30 p.m. Okay. Why was Mr. Powers arrested? That's simple, pal. The murder took place right over there in Studio 1. Now, the victim entered Studio 1 at approximately 1 p.m. At that time, there was no one other than the victim in that studio. According to the autopsy report, the time of death was 2:30 p.m. Only one person went to the studio between 1 and 2:30. And that person was none other than Will Powers. No one else, pal. If you think I'm lying, ask the security lady at the main gate. Nick, if that's true, anyone would think the Powers did it with that kind of evidence. Thanks for cheering me up. About the security lady. Oh, that sweet old lady. What a charmer. Huh? Are we talking about the same person? When I showed her my badge, she gave me a donut and some coffee. Remember what Powers said? She's a sucker for authority. She even gave me a piece of valuable evidence. What? What kind of evidence? Well, that, photo. The photo of the Steel Samurai heading toward the scene of the crime. What? Who took that? You see the camera up on that gate, pal? The gate? You mean the one with the welcome sign? Yeah. Whenever someone walks by, that camera automatically snaps a photo of them. Oh no! Nick, he has evidence. We're finished. Funny, for someone with hard proof, he doesn't look too happy. What's wrong, pal? You seem down. Don't look so happy when you say that. Oh. We'd like to ask the employees here some questions. Sure thing, pal. Go wherever you like. Of course, you're not gonna find any clues I haven't already found. Glad someone around here seems to be enjoying themselves. Nick, let's go! We got a free pass to the place. Now's our chance to check things out. Dear God. Studio mascot. I guess it's a monkey of some kind. But what kind of monkey has a nose like that? He's holding a sign in his hand. Right to Studio 1, left Studio 2. What's up with that thing? It looks kind of busted. Oh, the wind was pretty strong yesterday, and the head broke off. It took that tree down with it, too. Wait, what do you mean I don't like him? I mean, other than the fact that he's a complete fucking idiot who also happens to be a dick. Whatever could you mean I don't like him? Hey, that motherfucker tried to get me killed. Okay? He's totally a dick. Until he proves me wrong, which, by the way, he still has as of yet to do. He's a dick. He's even such a dick, his first name is Dick. I mean, is there any more evidence I need that he is a dick? Hang on, I'm taking some aspirin. Also, thank God I'm not pregnant, am I right? Okay. Just because he is Dick does not mean he is. He's totally a dick. 100%. Hey, there's a camera here. That's the security camera. It takes photos of people going to the studio. Yeah, it does. All you have to do is look at the data and you can see who went there. There's a number plate on the camera, ST1307. That must be the camera ID number. I'm a little bushed. Maybe I'll take a short rest here. Hey, good idea, pal. Spud's on a bike. Sober, what's going on, buddy? Detective, aren't you on the case? Well, yeah, but... Hey, us detectives get tired of standing around too, pal. Detective Gumshoe, what's down the path to the left? Looks like a tree fell down over the path. Oh, yeah. That way's kinda dangerous. You should stay out, pal. There's nothing down there anyway. That's where Studio 2 used to be, they tell me. They don't use it now, though. Entrance to Studio 1. I mean, hello, it's that voice. That one's my favorite. Which one? The one for Detective Gumshoe? This is a studio where they found Jack Hammer's body. Let's go in and check it out, Nick. Hey, it's locked. Looks like you need a card key to get in. Makes sense that they would want to keep it non-employees out. Damn. All I can do is go back to the main gate and probably talk to the old bag. The Kronk meets Nick Valentine. Oh, wait. Just wait, Sober. Here it comes. Nick, look! That security lady is in the guard station stuffing her face with donuts. I guess all cops like their donuts. Yeah, and they're soft enough she doesn't need teeth to chew them. Hey, you! Well, are you satisfied Powers is guilty yet? She had to make my life harder by giving that photo to Detective Gumshoe. Was the victim, Mr. Hammer, a popular actor? Oh, he was the biggest star in the studio. Was? Past tense? Oh yes, he was great as the bearded samurai. That too, yeah. He shone the brightest back in the day. Making a star like him play the evil magistrate, it's a disgrace, I tell you. Hammer took it pretty hard, and who can blame him? This guard station is in a central position.
No matter where you go here, you pass by my station first. Now, poor Hammer, he went to studio just before 1. The murder happened around 2:30, see? The only one I seen go through here between 1 and 2:30 was Powers himself. The security camera got a good look at him, too. If he's not the one what did it, I don't know who is.
Maybe it was you?
Good one, Sonny.
Thinks I was joking. Why didn't you tell us about the security photo, ma'am?
Oh, that? I just thought it would be more thrilling to talk with the detective himself. These things are important, you know. Oh, just to the left from here is the gate with the camera that took that photo. It's my job to check the photos every day, you see.
About the security camera.
Oh, yes, the camera. It's automatic. It can tell when someone walks through that gate, see? Then it snaps a photo. Apparently, it records the time when it takes a picture, too. But I don't bother myself with those details.
Why am I doing the fucking hand thing? You guys can't even see me do it.
I just review all the photos on the computer over in the security guard station. I check them every day before going home, I do.
Sitting here doing the fucking stupid hand thing she's doing. Get on cam and show. No. No, we're not. No. Nuh-uh. Method acting.
Nick! This is where they do all the behind-the-scenes stuff. Hey, look! There's Power's dressing room.
Now you need no teeth and gum. You need no teeth and to gum 16 donuts, true.
No one's here this soon after the murder, I guess. Let's take a look around.
Okay. A window into the dressing room. The glass is frosted, so I can't see inside. Let's see. Cola, candy, chips, gum. Huh. It's so normal. I was expecting some cool theme snacks or something. Popcorn, at least.
Wait! Look! Samurai soda! Nick, try this!
Ladies first. Oh. The remains of yesterday's lunch are scattered around. Everyone was probably too shocked to clean up. There's a T-bone on one of the plates minus the steak.
T-bone steak. That would have hit the spot.
You just had a burger.
Yeah, but I have a second stomach just for steaks.
What? There's a sign by the dressing room door. Will Powers. Must be neat to be the star and have your own room like this. Oh, what do we have? That must be the storage room. That's where they keep all the film equipment.
Wow, Nick, you know a lot about the industry.
What else would they keep in a film studio? He's got a point. The door to the dressing room, it's not locked.
Hey, Nick, let's take a look inside. Maybe we can find something as a souvenir.
What do you mean, find?
You never know. There might be something like the samurai spear.
We don't need a spear. And that's the murder weapon, for crying out loud. Dish one tastes like retirement. Powers' dressing room. So this is where he was sleeping? Or at least this is where he claims he was sleeping.
No one actually saw him taking a nap here, did they?
Right, and there's a picture of him near the crime scene. I hope he's telling the truth, for his sake. There's some regular suits in among the costumes here. Those must be his own clothes. It'd be fun to wear one of the costumes. I'd say you were already wearing one myself. They always have mirrors like this in dressing rooms. I see my hair is still nice and spiky, just how I like it. There's a vast array of cosmetics here. Oh! This is the wig he used in Samurai Boogie Woogie! Nick, try this on! No. And how can you tell the name of a show just by looking at a wig? I, kinda like the samurai movies. Kinda? Okay. We got a bag. This must be Power's bag! Hey, don't open that. Look! An employee card key. That must be Power's. It says Studio One. Let's take it, Nick. Borrow it. You mean borrow. There's a bunch of snacks on the table. They must give these to the employees. Some tea and cookies. Nick, I'm hungry. You just had a burger. Yeah, but I have a separate stomach for sweets. How many stomachs does this girl have? Is this a thing? Do all girls have more than one stomach? Looks like someone was sleeping here. Maybe Powers did take a nap here yesterday. It's locked. Looks like he doesn't open his window much. I guess it is kind of dusty outside. No comment. So it's true. I see. This explains much. I never understood it until now. I have a friend. And she is my best friend. And we used to go everywhere. And what we would end up doing, especially when we were in our 20s and early 30s, is we would go to the mall and get mall Chinese food. And I don't care what anybody says, mall Chinese food is the fucking bomb, okay? So you can keep your fucking $800 Chinese food bill order. You want some good Chinese food and you want it fucking now, go get mall Chinese food. It is the shit, okay? We'd go and get mall Chinese food, and then we'd go back home. We'd go back to her place, and we'd sit there and we'd be eating and stuff like that, and then maybe about a third of the way through, she'd be like, I'm gonna leave the rest of it for now. Maybe I'll have some later, but then go and eat 12 pounds of candy. In my experience, women have a special stomach for whatever their guy is eating. This stomach recoils when you brandish a fork threateningly. I never understood it until now. But candy is different. What do you mean candy's different? You put it in your mouth, it gets digested. Candy's fuel. God, Jesus. Listen, okay. I do, though, have room always for dessert. Okay, but, again, we go to the mall. We get mall Chinese food. Mall Chinese food is amazing for two reasons, especially for those of you who don't have a mall or didn't have a mall around you. I can explain why very, very, very quickly. Mall Chinese food just really hits the spot. Reason one, because it's cheap, and it's actually cooked. Two, and most importantly, because they overfill it. So you could spend $8 for, say, something like General Tso's chicken, and they usually give you three choices. So if you do like General Tso's chicken, lo mein, and say a couple of crab rangoons, okay? They won't give you just a couple of crab rangoons. They'll give you at least 3 times what you asked for crab rangoons. They will load up all the fucking lo mein they possibly can. And then on top of the lo mein, a mountain of General Tso's chicken. And then they will try and seal up the styrofoam box that can barely contain what is inside of it And if they have to, they will tape it specifically so that it holds long enough to get home. That's why mall Chinese food is so good. So you go there to eat and to get full and to have goodness. And she wouldn't even finish half, but then she'd start in with 12 pounds of candy. You're lucky my mall didn't have a Chinese. It had a Spud You Like, where the glasses tasted like eggs. Oh, man. Jesus. Yeah, every mall I've ever lived near has had mall Chinese food. You cannot go wrong with mall Chinese food. It is so good. So good. I absolutely love all of it. It's fantastic. Now, is it good for you? Fuck no. When you're done eating that thing, you're about 15 pounds heavier. But still, I never understood it. Yeah, no, I'm full. Maybe I'll have some later. And then proceeds in on 12 pounds of candy. You know the glasses, normally they only taste like that in a student dorm kitchen. That's true. Candy is sweet and sour. That is needed, and you can always have all of it, but you can't have too much food. Jesus. God damn it. Are they not letting me go to Studio 1 anymore? Did I miss anything? I don't think I did. Fucking candy. Wait, what? I wonder what else is inside Power's bag. Stop that! My partner, the thief in training. I'm just double checking, making sure I didn't miss anything. Also tangentially related, I keep trying to acquire a taste of tofu, but it continues to resist me by having the texture of a discarded breast implant. Okay, here's what you need to do. What you need to do... I understand exactly what you mean, and that's the worst part. So, what you need to do is, first off, you need to get firm, not silky, firm tofu. And once you get firm tofu, you have to figure out what you want to pair the tofu up with in terms of a meal. So if you're planning on having, say, like Chinese or Japanese or Thai, there are different sauces that you can prepare, and you can marinate the tofu in. Once it's marinated, then you cut it up and you fry it. And there you go. And all you have to do is wait until it gets a little bit of golden brown color on it. That's it. If you want to go a little bit more, get a little char on there, it's perfect. It's some weird shit. No, I know exactly what he's talking about. I absolutely know exactly what he's talking about, because there used to be, and this is a thing for people mine and sober's age apparently, there used to be news reports back in the day of breast implants gone wrong. They were all over the place, especially when like a new celebrity got breast implants or breast augmentation, right? And then they'd always bring up the dangers of a breast implant tearing or a breast implant popping. But what they would have is they would also have either a doctor or a scientist on holding a breast implant going, well, you see here with these new breast implants, and he's like fucking jiggling the shit in his hand, right? And it just looks like a really big teardrop full of jello. And I know exactly what he means. I know exactly what sober means, because I've seen those so many times. Or what they'll do is they'll have like stock footage and it'll just be like of how breast implants are made. But it won't be like they won't run the whole segment to show you how a breast implant is made. They'll only take like, here's a person's hand that's gloved and it's jiggling a breast implant. Like shit like that. And it's like, yeah, okay, we get it. It looks like a really big like thing that came out of a Jell-O mold. Got it. To be fair, I'm extrapolating from the appearance. I do not just explore the world with my mouth like a toddler. I mean, hey, you know, that'd be an interesting way to do it. There's your latest, your next TV show, Sober. Exploring the world with my mouth. This tastes like library, just fucking munching on the side of a Victorian building. Hell yes.
Let's go in and check it out, Nick. I wonder if this card key we borrowed from the dressing room will work. It opened.
Oh wait, it opened. All right, we're in. Just way too happy for someone visiting a crime scene. I do not even know what a breast implant feels like. Oh boy, hang on. You don't even have to know what it feels like. You just have to look at it. I just want a picture of the implant itself, not the breasticles. Okay, here we go. Perfect. Really, really glad I didn't bring that up beforehand. Okay. This is what a breast implant looks like. Jell-O in a sandwich baggie. Yeah. So if you can extrapolate Jell-O in a sandwich baggie, you pretty much know what you're in for. I only know what it feels like after installation. Also fair. What is it? You're real quiet all of a sudden.
Doesn't it give you the shivers, Nick? White tape, it's so real.
Well, the evil magistrate did die here, and the steel samurai killed him. The murder weapon was the samurai spear. Sounds pretty real to me. Never dated anyone with breast implants unless I felt the stripper's fake tits and do not remember. That's... yeah. Yeah. No, that checks out. Yep. I think that's the only time I've ever felt fake ones.
Look, a ladder.
That's a step ladder.
So what's the difference? You need to stop judging things based on narrow-minded cultural assumptions, Nick.
Right. Sorry. This girl is out there.
Wow, look at that camera. That must cost a ton.
Yeah, so don't touch it.
Whoa, it's heavier than I thought.
Hey, you, no touching that. Oh, it's okay. Sorry, my partner's kind of, you know.
You know? No, I don't know.
Who are you?
Who, me? Oh, I'm an assistant here. I help with props and stuff, moving them around, ordering new ones, etc.
I may or may not have spent some time with Mr. Motorboat and a lady with some, but for legal reasons I admit nothing. Hey, no, you know, I mean, listen. We come from a different time. I don't know what relevance any of that has, but we do. We're lawyers representing Mr. Will Powers. Oh, you're WP's people. WP? Oh, Will Powers. WP, I get it. I don't envy you guys one bit. But do what you can for WP, okay? He never hurt a fly. He has to be innocent. Don't worry, leave it to us. Mr. Motorboat only speaks one sentence. Hey, that is true. It's so very true. Okay, keep examining. We'll talk to her after. Hey, look! That's the chair the director sits in. I've always wanted to sit in one of these. Hey, Nick, take a look at that. One of those black and white boards they clap at the start of filming. And look, a megaphone. A real live megaphone. Ready, Nick? Action! This girl is more troubled than I thought. Using Maya's voice with this lady too. I am not using Maya's voice with this lady too. But at the risk of us being more degenerate way before DGen hours on topic, I immediately suspect Penny. What's this? That's for reflecting light. They call it a reflecting screen or something like that. The assistant holds it during filming. Huh. What? Where's your enthusiasm for all things entertainment? Well, lighting is fine, but I'd want to be the director. Or maybe Steel Samurai. I think she's being serious. They outline where Jack Hammer's body lay with tape. His body was found still inside the evil magistrate costume. I guess that's why the head part looks like a helmet. Funny, I expected a spear stabbing would leave at least a few bloodstains. I guess the costume must have absorbed most of it. Wow, look at that camera! That must cost a ton! Yeah, don't touch it! Whoa, it's heavier than I... Okay, we got that already. Looks like a backdrop for a stage. This must be used in the Steel Samurai show. Of course! That's the mountain! Neo Fujiyama! Doesn't the Steel Samurai take place in Old Tokyo? Can you even see Mount Fuji from there? Not Old Tokyo, Nick. Neo Old Tokyo. Oh. Right. Also, by the way, yes you can, but it has to be on a very special day. I only know this because I watch a lot of Abroad in Japan. Did you know that Mr. Powers was sleeping in his room? No, I wouldn't go in there unless I had some urgent message for him. I mean, it's his private... What kind of a girl do you think I am? What kind? No, I'm sure you're a fine girl. Sorry. So much for getting a confirmation of Powers' alibi. Could you tell me anything about the day of the murder? Yes, I was in the studio the whole day. I was the only assistant on staff that day, you see. Only one assistant? Yes, well, the studio isn't doing so well right now. And yesterday was only rehearsal for our action sequences. Oh, I see. In the morning, we went through the action sequences in the employee area. WP and Hammer were there, along with everyone else. The employee area, that's where Power's dressing room is, right? Oh, wait, sorry, that's Phoenix. That's where Power's dressing room is, right? Yes, that's the place. After eating lunch there, Mr. Hammer went to Studio 1. Then I saw WP go into his dressing room. But I didn't see either of them after that. Well, what do we do, Nick? We haven't found anything. If WP was the only one who came to the studio, then he has to be the killer. They even have a photograph. Sorry, I know you're busy. Oh, not really. Actually, there's been something bothering me. Aha! That's what I'm talking about! A clue! A lead! Well, I don't know about that, but that day, just after noon, I sensed someone was here. You sensed? Yes, several times. Some other studio employees, maybe? No, I don't think so. The only thing we had scheduled was an action scene run-through. I was the only assistant here that day. I have a feeling it was someone from outside. Really? But wait, if someone had come in here, wouldn't that security lady have noticed them? Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, I don't have any better information than that. No, thanks. That helps us a lot. Anything helps. Let's go put that security lady on the spot. My barber is Japanese. He spent a lot of time on Mount Fuji. But he wouldn't go into the forest. Creep him the fuck out. No shit, really. So, you sensed that someone other than the regular film crew was in the studio? Well, yes, I think. I think doesn't cut it in a witness testimony. Nick, what about the security lady? If someone else came into the studio, that she must have seen them. Okay, let's go talk to security lady. Fuck! The what? Sexy clown. God, I hope not. Should have called it Neo Old Little Tokyo, right?
What? You're still here? Really? You look as though you've seen a ghost.
He's top tier barber too. He calls himself Ronin and actually invented his own scissors and got them approved by the Council of Barbers and shit. Wow, that's actually really cool.
What? I saw that suspicious look on your face.
I wanted to ask you again about yesterday. You came here at 1 p.m., correct? And the estimated time of Hammer's death was 2:30. Are you sure that Powers was the only one to go through here between those times?
Sure as can be.
But we have a witness who thinks there was someone from outside here that day.
What?
Are you absolutely sure you were here watching the whole time?
Ma'am? Who was it? Who told you that? Who dares question me? Huh? You better tell me and tell me quick, you spiky-haired cretin. Someone's been complaining about the work I do, eh?
We were just talking to the assistant in Studio One.
Huh. She's not even a full-time employee. All you youngins are like that nowadays, running in tomorrow saying this thing, the other thing, and a new thing or two about respecting the elders. The shame that you used to say, crack.
She left. Well, Nick, this is our chance to do what we can without her looking over our shoulders. The computer that runs the studio security cameras. Nick, maybe we can see that photo of Powers with his computer. Yeah, maybe. Should I try? Yes. She seems a bit mad. She is. Okay, let's give it a try. You know how to work these things, Nick. Looks like I just have to enter a few numbers. Let's see. First, I need the date of the murder. Looks like camera turned on at 1 p.m. that day. 1. That was when the security lady arrived at the guard station. Please enter the number of the security camera. That was... I think it was ST-1307, wasn't it? Was it 307 or 703? I can't remember. .307. There, entered. Hey, it printed out the data for that day. Let's see what we got. Or let's see what we got. Huh? How's this a picture of Will Powers? Well, he is the one who always wears that suit. I guess that's why the security lady thought it was him. I don't imagine the detective was very happy with this photo as evidence. Something's printed on the back. Huh? October 15th, 2 p.m., photo number 2. What does that mean? Maybe there's more photo data from that day. Nope, that's the only one in the computer. Hey, Nick! Can't we use this photo as evidence for the trial? Yeah? We'll put that security lady in her place with this. Right, we'll put her in her place. Hey, that's what I said. Anyway, let's show her this photo and see what she says. Wait, let's not. Why not? It's never a good idea to reveal your hand to the enemy too soon. Nick, you're craftier than I gave you credit for. Why, you could be the next evil magistrate. Hey, why do I have to be the villain? Relax, it was just a joke. So, are we done for today? I think this photo is what we needed for the trial. Still, it'd be better if we had some idea who the real killer was. Maybe it really is that security lady. Yes, absolutely save. Why would I not save? Hello? District Courtroom number 4. Okay. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Will Powers. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well. Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. The prosecution will show the court that at 2:30 p.m. on October 15th, the defendant, Mr. Will Powers, killed fellow actor Jack Hammer in Studio 1 of Global Studios. It is impossible for anyone else to have committed this heinous crime. The evidence presented during the trial will all point to this fact. I see. Very well, I would like to move on to some testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution may call its first witness. Very well. I call a most familiar face, Detective Gumshoe, to the stand. Detective, if you would briefly describe this case to the court? Yes, sir. I'll explain with the guide map here. To understand this case, it's important to grasp the layout of the studios, see? This here is the employee area. The actors did a run-through of their action scenes during the morning here. This is the main gate to the studios. The security lady that works at the studios was here at 1 p.m. on that day. Past the security station, there is a gate, see? Past that are the studios. And here it is, Studio 1. This is the scene of the murder where the body was found. Now, on the day of the murder, October 15th, there were only 3 people there. The victim, Jack Hammer, the defendant, Will Powers, and a young woman, the production assistant. All the production staff were in the employee area until noon. Then, after lunch, the victim, Jack Hammer, went to Studio 1. Right after that, at 1 p.m., the security lady got to the guard station. Now jump ahead to later that day, 5 p.m. The production staff came to Studio 1 to perform a rehearsal. Needless to say, the rehearsal was canceled. The time of death was 2:30 p.m. The samurai spear found lodged in the victim's chest was the murder weapon. That's the case in brief. Anyone like to hear that again? Should I listen to the whole thing again? Yes. I'm sorry, could you describe that one more time? I should have known it'd be you, pal. Fine. Once more for the mentally challenged lawyer. Yeah, live it up all you can, Gumshoe. Okay. So now, without me having to do the fucking voiceover, because I really, really, really want to get this. Okay. To understand the case, it's important to grasp the layout of the studios. Yes. Employee area. Yep. The actors did a run-through of their action scenes during the morning here. Okay. First off, we didn't see this area, so I want to try and go back. If they let me. Because we saw the other side. We didn't see this side. This is the main gate to the studios. Security lady that works at the studios was here at 1 on that day. Okay. So she came in at 1. Past the security station, there is a gate. Yes. Past that are the studios. Yes. Here it is, Studio 1. Well, wait a minute. Hang on. You've got the main gate, then you have the... I'm assuming that's the welcome gate, because that's not the gate that we needed the key card for. Good to know. Because that's a gate specifically for Studio 1. And we couldn't go down the left side because of the tree. This is the scene of the murder where the body was found. Correct. On the day of the murder, October 15th, there were only 3 people here. The victim, Will Powers, and the young woman, the production assistant. All the production staff were in the employee area until noon. Okay. Then after lunch, the victim, Jack Hammer, went to Studio 1. Right. Right after that, at 1 p.m., the security lady got to the guard station. Now jump ahead to later that day, 5 p.m. The production staff came to Studio 1 to perform a rehearsal. Needless to say, the rehearsal was canceled. The time of death was 2:30 p.m. The samurai spear found lodged in the victim's chest was the murder weapon. That's the case in brief. Okay. So, just to clarify, you had Will Powers, Jack Hammer, and the production lady. They were going through an action sequence in the employee area from, I think they said, about 9 until noon. Then they broke for lunch. And then after lunch, Hammer went to Studio 1. And shortly after he made it to Studio 1, the security lady showed up at 1 p.m. She says that that the automatic camera took a photo of Will Powers at 2. And that's the reason why she says that she saw him being the only one going to Studio 1 between 1 and 5. Sorry, 1 and 2:30, right? Because of the photo. But the photo only shows someone dressed up as Steel Samurai, not Will Powers. Will Powers claims that he was in his dressing room in the employee area from the time of about, say, like 12:31, roughly around there, till after 5 o'clock because he overslept. So when he got into Studio 1, everybody had already seen everything for about 2.5 hours. Did I got it right so far? Okay, cool. Then I shall skip it again. I think I can probably remember that. So the murder weapon was a spear. How medieval. Okay? Your Honor, this case is quite simple if you ask me, and if you ask one question, and that question is, what did the security lady at the guard station see? Understood. Let's call this security officer to the stand. Will the witness declare her name?
My, aren't you a handsome fellow? I'm afraid I'm a bit flustered.
Your name, please.
Oh, dearie, no need for you to be embarrassed. Just call me Grandma.
Your name, please. Seems Edgeworth has a bit of trouble getting his witness to say their names.
Wendy Oldbag, dearie. So just call me Grandma. So when I was young, I was an old bag. Saw the other children make fun of me. Could you just believe it? There was this old boy, captain of the class. He called me an old bag. What?
Objection! I object to the witness's talkativeness. Objection sustained. The witness will refrain from rambling on the stand.
I was just getting to the good part, dearie.
Perhaps we can get to the testimony? Now, the witness was stationed at the main gate on the day of the murder, correct?
Yes, I was.
And to get to the scene of the murder, someone would have to pass by you.
You know your stuff, dearie.
You may begin your testimony. She sure is one hell of an old bag. Okay.
On the day of the murder, I arrived at the guard station at 1 p.m. Poor old Hammer and the rest had been doing a run-through since the morning. I had some errands to run that morning. Anyway, it was 1 when I got to the guard station. I was at the main gate from then until 5. Now, the murder happened at 2:30 p.m., right? Interesting to me because a certain man walked right by me at 2 p.m. It was Powers, that man right there, and he was headed toward the studio.
You saw the defendant then? Very well. Let's begin the cross-examination. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. We are going to fucking push her for everything. So up until that time, anyone who wanted to go in, anyone who wanted to could go into the studio.
Well, there wasn't a security guard at the gate, no. But the main gate was locked, dearie. You need an employee card key to get in.
Right, the card key that I have. So what she's saying is, no one who wasn't supposed to be there could get in. Was there anyone at the studios when you arrived at the guard station? A run-through.
They were working on a scene between the Steel Samurai and the Evil Magistrate. They got the basics figured out by noon and were to use the afternoon for practice.
Stab her with your spiky hair. How you doing, Doc?
Rehearsal was supposed to start at 5. That's why poor old Hammer went to Studio 1 in the afternoon.
So Powers was in his dressing room sleeping when he was supposed to be practicing. Talk about a laid-back hero. If there was a run-through in the morning, why did you only get there after noon?
I had some errands to run that morning.
What kind of errands?
Oh, well, you know.
Answer the question.
Actually, I was watching poor Hammer and Powers. Observing, you know.
Observing? Weren't you supposed to be at the guard station?
Whippersnapper, I told you I locked the gate, didn't I? I did my job.
Not sure your boss would see it that way.
Anyway, I always watch Hammer's run-throughs. Always. Never miss one in all my years.
Wow, I want to see a Steel Samurai run through too. You could quit being a spirit medium and take up guard duty. Not a bad idea.
Anyway, it was one when I got to the guard station.
Did you see the victim then?
Did I see poor old Hammer? Nope. He'd already gone to the studio before I got back to the guard station.
Tell us what happened next.
I was at the main gate from then until 5.
So you were watching there the whole time? No breaks? Not even a second?
Of course. I am a professional, you know. Or are you criticizing how I do my job, whippersnapper?
No, it's just after seeing you eating those donuts in the guard station yesterday.
I can watch the gate and eat donuts at the same time. Snipper-wapper.
Snipper-wapper? Old Windbag is losing it, Nick. Why don't you raise an objection? So the witness was on duty through the whole afternoon, the whole time. Very well. What did you see?
Now, the murder happened at 2:30 p.m., right?
How did you know that?
Oh, ho, ho. I have my ways. That overdressed young detective told me. I fed him some donuts and he talked and talked. If you ask me, that detective isn't cut out for his job.
Poor Detective Gumshoe getting ratted out by a security guard.
Interesting to me because a certain man walked right by me at 2 p.m.
2? You're sure?
Sure as spit.
Well, who was the man?
Really, you should try not to get so excited at your age. You might strain something. Now, don't get your skivvies all in the bunch. I'll tell you who it was. It was Powers. That man right there. And he was heading toward the studio.
So you saw Mr. Powers?
That's what I said. Got wax in your ears, Sonny?
Nick, this is your chance. Yeah, time to pull out the secret weapon.
I'll say it again. It was him.
Let me get this straight, old bag. Miss Old Bag. You've been saying since yesterday that you saw Mr. Powers, correct? But you're talking about the man in this photo, aren't you? Just a moment, Mr. Wright. Let me see that photo. What is this exactly? None other than the Steel Samurai, defender of Neo Old Tokyo. Miss Old Bag. Is this the Mr. Powers that you saw?
Of course. Didn't your mama teach you any sense, Sonny? Anyone could plainly see there's Powers, right?
No, they can't. Well, I mean, I wonder? True, Mr. Powers does play the role of the Steel Samurai. But that doesn't mean Mr. Powers is the Steel Samurai.
I know that. I wasn't born yesterday.
No one in this court is accusing you of that, Miss, Witness. She's having trouble calling her old bag, apparently. However, you do not have proof that the person in this photo is Mr. Will Powers, do you?
Oh, nosy old man. Of course I have proof.
What? Huh? Even Edgeworth is surprised? The prosecution would like to ask the witness, please make known all the information in your possession ahead of time.
How was I to know everyone would be so nosy? You should be ashamed, all of you. Anyway, I showed that photo to the young detective. He told me this isn't any good as evidence, pal. He didn't even give it a second look.
Wow, old Windbag has left even Edgeworth speechless. She's good. Let's hear about your proof then. Edgeworth getting surprised too is never not going to be funny. I know, right? Oh boy.
I never say anything I don't mean, mind you. That morning, during the run-through of the action scene, I saw Powers trip and fall. He broke one of the props. It was a big mess. Apparently, he sprained his ankle pretty bad.
Why am I still doing the fucking hand thing?
Now look at the picture. You can see he's dragging his leg, see? Clear as day. That's how I knew it was Powers. Happy?
Edgeworth's surprised face is very close to I have suddenly received a surprise enema face. Yes, this is true. Are you doing the hand listen, okay? It's method acting. Shut up. So he had sprained his ankle. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. She's got to be hiding something. I'll press her until she squeals. I don't really want any... I don't want this old bag of shit to squeal. That sounds awful, actually. No, I get it. Next we see Shadow, he'll be wearing an old security guard uniform and have his gray hair up in curls. Okay, first off, I don't have gray hairs. Okay? I'm only 39, thank you. Gray hairs. I'm 39. Live cam with cosplay? No, we're not doing an old lady security guard cosplay. That's what people in their 40s say. What do you... No, first off, I'm not 40. I'm not in my 40s. I'm 39. Okay? I'm 39. All right? There are tons of things that are wrong with my body. Gray hairs is not one of them. Lucky you, I'm 40 and I look like fucking Sun Jian from Dynasty Warriors. Oh boy. Okay. Let's press her until she squeals, which sounds awful, but we'll do it.
Whippersnapper.
Hey, I haven't even said anything yet.
I'll have you know I'm not pointing fingers at anyone behind your backs. Everything I've said on this straight and narrow. The up and up, you today always whining about each other pointing fingers is enough to make an old woman cry.
Mr. Wright, please, for all our sakes, try not to upset the witness. Sun Jian, if he spent a lifetime of only fighting donuts and pizza. Nice. I think Edgeworth has met his match.
That morning, during the run-through of the action scene...
Who was present at the run-through?
Well, let's see. There was Powers. He's the Steel Samurai. Then poor old Hammer, the evil magistrate. And me.
And what exactly were you doing?
Observing. Just observing.
What about the assistant? Yes, what about the assistant?
Oh, she was off moving backdrops around and such.
So she didn't see the run-through then?
I saw Powers trip and fall.
Trip and fall?
Yes, and to think he's supposed to be the Steel Samurai. What a laugh. So Powers sprained his ankle. Helped make it better for him, of course.
You helped make it better.
I kissed it where it hurt.
let's just skip over that part, shall we? Where was the assistant then?
Oh, her? She was cleaning up backdrops, I think. She didn't know about about Power's ankle.
You may continue your testimony.
He broke one of the props. It was a big mess.
He broke a prop. You boinked him. Talk about cleaning cobwebs out of the rafters. Ooh, Jesus Christ. It's oh, this is so bad. It's like shoving a greased up Vulcan in an abandoned World War II air base in England. Went back a few hours to watch something. Can you repeat everything you said for the last 2 hours? That's my point exactly, Core.
Sure did. His own samurai spear.
Like trying to hold an old taco together and keep the beef in. That's good. That's really good. It's like you want some ribeye, but you get mushy peas. His samurai spear, the murder weapon.
Luckily, I was there with my duct tape to fix it.
This strikes me as a significant detail. I'd better write this down in the court record.
Apparently, he sprained his ankle pretty bad.
Was Mr. Power's ankle badly sprained?
Not so bad that he couldn't walk around. He went to his dressing room to rest up after lunch.
Oh. Oh, really? Thus the nap.
Anyway, I saw him dragging his foot when he walked.
Dragging his foot, okay. I think we've heard enough, haven't we, Your Honor? Well, there is one thing that bothers me. Which is... where is the Steel Samurai costume now? Actually, well, we couldn't find it. We're looking, though. Anyway, that's not important. The witness did see the Steel Samurai, yes. And it is clear that the person in the Steel Samurai suit was Mr. Will Powers. I suppose that's right. You sure, Your Honor? Hold it right there. We keep talking about possibilities, but we have to agree that this photo shows the Steel Samurai. Nowhere in this photo can we see Mr. Will Powers. The defense has a point. I also wonder if someone else not caught on camera could have killed Mr. Hammer. We have to consider that possibility also. Then allow me to remove that doubt from your mind, Your Honor. Will the witness continue her testimony, please?
No need to ask twice. The time of poor Hammer's death was 2:30 p.m., true? The only person I saw go to the studio before then was Will Powers. No one else went there. If they had, I would have seen them.
So if no one else went to the studio, then it would have to be this Steel Samurai who did it. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. How do you know that?
Huh? Didn't I just explain? I give donuts to the young detective. And then after some rubbish about it being a secret, pal, he told me everything.
I see Detective Gumshoe shares his fellow officer's fondness for donuts. Are you absolutely sure?
Oh, quite, Sonny. Nobody suspicious looking passed by at all.
Nobody suspicious looking. Right.
No one else went there.
What about before you got to the guard station?
You mean before 1? Well, everyone was in the employee area before then. And I locked the main gate so no one could get in. Not to mention, if they had, I would have seen them.
Are you sure? The witnesses answered the question. Anyone going into the studio had to pass by the witness.
That's right, Sonny. You let him have it, edgy boy.
Edgy boy? Old Windbag sure has balls. Or, well, you know what I mean. Old Windbags have a way of skipping over important details, after all. Or, for that matter, entirely forgetting them.
How convenient.
Something for you to look forward to, perhaps?
The time of poor Hammer's death was...
Oh, okay, wait a minute, wait, hang on. So, yes, was 2:30. Edgy boy has some unpleasant modern connotations I do not think the devs envisioned. Probably. Okay, yeah. Fair enough. It was. Nobody suspicious looking. That's the part that gets me, is nobody suspicious looking. Yeah, she could have seen Penny go in and not thought anything of it. Exactly. Okay. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. It does? I don't see anything contradictory. Huh? Really? Objection overruled. Try to think before you make accusations, Mr. Wright. But that's not what she said. So, okay, I'm gonna need help on this one, because I don't know exactly what to do. Because she said that Powers and Hammer were in the employee area. She also said that Powers went to go take a nap. She admitted that Powers went to go take a nap. And that she didn't see anybody suspicious. And she didn't get back till 1, and Hammer was the only other person that she saw go to Studio 1. So she knows that Powers was in the employee area. And she also said that she wasn't, according to her testimony, she wasn't really paying attention to Penny whatsoever. But I don't have anything that shows that Penny was or wasn't there. Wait a minute, wait. Hang on. Let me see something. Okay. Got it. Hang on. Yes, it was. However, Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. How do you not see it? What? It can't be the murder weapon. We know it cannot be the murder weapon because the murder weapon that everybody thinks is the one that was snapped and duct taped. Hold on. Look at this photograph one more time. This photo was taken by the camera at that gate for the studios, correct?
Yes, sirree, Sonny.
So whenever anyone passes by here, it automatically takes a picture.
And here I thought you didn't know you hid from a hole in the ground.
Right. Anyway, it's also true that the computer in the guard station records all security cam data.
Oh, you know, if you wanted to work at the studio, we might have an opening.
That very computer printed out this photo. Note that on the back of the photo are the printed words, October 15th, 2 p.m., photo number 2.
Even I know what that means. It was taken at 2 p.m. on October the 15th. Really, Sonny?
Actually, I knew that too. The issue here is the bit at the end where it says photo number 2.
Photo number 2?
The computer only held data for one photo on that day. Don't you think that's odd? Shouldn't this photo be photo number 1 if it really was the only photo? Order! Order! You got it right when I was about to say it? Oh, fair. Please tell the court what you mean by this, Mr. Wright. Actually, that's what I want to ask the witness. This evidence shows that not one but 2 people went to the studio that day. Yet there is only data for one of the photos. Who could have erased the data for the other photo? Only someone with access, the security lady herself.
Me? You watch your mouth, whippersnapper. The only person I saw that day was Will Powers.
But the camera on the gate fired twice. That means 2 people went by.
Well, yes, that's what it would seem to mean.
Can the witness explain this to the court?
I don't understand these newfangled computer things. Edgy boy, help.
Huh? Believe me, I want to, but I don't know what this means either.
Huh. Some help you are. You're a whippersnapper, too. Whippersnapper?
Something the matter, Miss Oldbag?
That's right. I just remembered something.
Let me guess. Someone else passed by the gate. Someone other than the Steel Samurai.
Well, yes, I suppose you could put it that way.
I see. Your testimony, please.
Every day after I finish my guard duties, I have one other important job to do. I go through the photos recorded on the security computer and check them. I throw out any photos that aren't suspicious looking, you see. Come to think of it, now I remember throwing out one photo that day.
Miss Oldbag, this is the first I've heard of this.
Well, of course, Sonny, I only just remembered it.
Right. Anyway, Mr. Wright, please begin the cross-examination.
Well, I'd say this was a turn for the unexpected, but I kind of expected this. Every day after I finish my duties, I have one other important job to do.
Another job?
That's right. I check all the people that pass by the main gate that day. I look closely at every one of the photos that security camera takes.
Do you back up all of the security data?
Well, they keep telling me to, yes. But those computers are just so frustrating. I throw out any photos that aren't suspicious looking, you see.
How exactly do you determine what isn't suspicious looking?
Oh, you can tell by looking at their faces, for the most part.
For the most part? This is a murder trial, Miss Oldbag.
Well, I didn't touch the suspicious looking Will Powers photo, did I?
I think she's missing the point. Well, who in the heck was in that photo you erased?
Huh, a fanboy.
A fanboy?
Steel Samurai fanboys. Real freaks, if you ask me. They get information about the rehearsals from gosh knows where. They're always hanging about. One was there that day.
Wait a second. Didn't you just say no one else could get in? I locked the main gate so no one could get in. Those were your words.
Well, if you must know, there's a drain that goes into the employee area. The grate's been loose for a while. It leads outside, and well, that's where they come in.
They come in through the drain?
I told you they were freaks. Oh, and they're kids, children, whippersnappers.
Kids? So on the photo that you erased...
It was a boy, probably 2nd or 3rd grade.
What? Order! Order! Let me get this straight. You saw 2 people pass by the gate on their way to the studios that day. One was the Steel Samurai dragging his leg. The other was a boy who looked to be in about 2nd or 3rd grade.
Oh yeah, we see his type there every day. Can't stop him, can't catch him.
A boy in 2nd or 3rd grade? I assume it would be hard, if not impossible, for a young boy to wield the samurai spear. Impossible, I'd think. It's quite heavy.
Right! As I said, I didn't pay him much mind. That's why I erased the data.
Nick, what's going on? I mean, the boy was there. That makes him a suspect. Yeah, and they're already trying to unsuspect him. This court will take a 5-minute recess. I want the defense and the prosecution to consider this new information, and no forgetting vital information this time. Oh boy. Mr. Powers? Yes? Tell me straight. Were you really in your dressing room? You didn't go to the studio. No, I didn't go to the studio. I was sleeping, honest.
So who was the Steel Samurai in that security photo?
How should I know? The Steel Samurai costume was off in the corner of the dressing room. Anyone could have walked in and taken it, really.
What? You should take better care of that stuff.
I couldn't imagine anyone would want to steal a Steel Samurai costume. So where does this leave me? Doesn't look good. Ugh. You're the only likely suspect right now.
Nick, what are we going to do?
First, we play for more time. We'll start targeting someone else that could conceivably have done this.
Right. And it'll take them so long to shoot us down that we can get another day.
Right, but if we pick the wrong person, we might lose on the spot. You don't sound very optimistic. I'm not optimistic at all, actually.
Hey, Nick, it's time.
Okay, let's go. What does that mean? Please don't sigh like that. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Mr. Will Powers. Mr. Edgeworth, you will present the prosecution's thoughts on this matter. The prosecution's thoughts are simple. Nothing has changed. The other person who went to the studios was a boy of roughly 10 years of age. The photo we do have may not be hard evidence, but there is still no one else that could have committed this crime. I call for a verdict of guilty for the defendant, Mr. Will Powers. Very well, Mr. Wright, your thoughts. The defense disagrees with the prosecution's claim. There is another person who could have committed this crime. Order. Interesting. Let us hear who you have in mind. However, be aware that this court does not look kindly on accusing the innocent. If you accuse someone who is obviously innocent, you will be penalized. Right, great. So the stakes weren't high enough. So who was this person other than Mr. Powers that could have committed the murder? The assistant girl? Could have been her too, but why? She was fucking in love with him. She's the only right one to accuse. I think I might be thinking too far into it. Which is, I think, it's Penny. Old Bag's the only one who was probably there. Old Bag, because she has been lying, makes her sus. Yeah. Okay, I think my problem... And I'm going to choose security lady, but I'm just kind of voicing my thoughts here. The only problem that I have with this is, why would the security lady... What motive would she have with killing Hammer? He's in love with him, and she can't stand Powers. Now, it's true, yes, that she could ruin Powers, but wouldn't that mean that she would be sacrificing somebody that she loves dearly in order to do so? Which doesn't make any sense, because wouldn't she want Powers locked up and Hammer to actually have the prestige that she thinks he deserves? She only needs to be sus to get more time, that's true. It was the security lady, Wendy Oldbag.
Who?
The Steel Samurai is dragging his leg in this picture. That means whoever was in the suit knew about the morning's injury. Maybe because they had been watching the action scene run through. There was only one person other than Powers and Hammer who knew about the injury. The security lady Oldbag.
What? Whippersnapper.
Order! Order! Is this true, Oldbag?
Oldbag? That's Miss Oldbag to you.
Miss Oldbag was standing guard alone at the main gate. She was by herself. In other words, she has no alibi. She could have briefly left her post to steal the Steel Samurai costume. Then slipped into Studio One, the scene of the murder. Why would she go through the trouble of wearing the Steel Samurai costume? Simple, Your Honor. She knew the camera at the gate would take her picture. If she was in his costume, she could point the finger at Mr. Powers. I see. Excellent deductive reasoning, Mr. Wright. Oh yeah, right here. Sherlock Holmes II, baby. That's odd. Isn't this the part where Edgeworth pounces? Doesn't he usually jump up with an objection and some new damning evidence? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, does the prosecution have an opinion on this matter? The prosecution has no meaningful objections at this time.
What? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, so you all think I did it, is that it? Edgy boy, don't just sit there, do something.
What's my move? Maybe now's my chance to make this the whole way. Press further. The very same reasoning that makes Mr. Powers a suspect in this case can be used to cast doubt on Miss Oldbag's actions to that day.
But why would I do something so horrible to poor Hammer?
You forget that Mr. Powers lacks a clear motive too. Indeed. That did it. Now Windbag is one of the suspects. No hard feelings, I hope.
Wait just a minute. What about the other person who went to the studio? The boy, the one whose photo I erased.
He's only a grade schooler, though, as you said. Second or third grade, was it?
That doesn't matter. When I was that age, I could pin my old man in 10 seconds tops.
Your thoughts, Mr. Wright? That boy is not the killer.
What? How can you be so sure? Oh, or is it be nice to the kids and mean to your elders day, whippersnapper?
I have proof.
Proof?
Indeed? Then let's see this proof, Mr. Wright. You have proof that shows the boy could not have committed this murder. Your Honor, the murder weapon was the samurai spear. That very spear is shown here in this photo. How could the boy have taken the spear? It's impossible. I see. Well, would the witness care to comment on this? The Windbag, speechless. This has got to be a first. Very well. This court will suspend proceedings on the current trial for today. Mr. Edgeworth, please find out more about your witness, Miss Windy. What was her name? Something Oldbag, Your Honor. Then the prosecution will look further into this Oldbag before we continue. That is all. This court is adjourned.
Wait a second. I'm not going to just sit here while you run off barking up the wrong tree. Me! I'm talking.
Oh, great. Stop the presses. The Windbag wants to talk. Miss Oldbag, what is this all about? Have you omitted something from your testimony?
Actually, if you must know, there's something I was told not to talk about. You bitch.
Not to talk about? By whom? Huh, you mean it wasn't Edgeworth who told her not to talk? Well, testify.
Global Studios wanted me to keep quiet about something. There was some other people at the studios on the day of the murder. They said they had nothing to do with it, see? So so they told me to just pretend they hadn't been at the studios that day. But if you're going to go accusing me, I'm not letting them get away scot-free.
Miss Old Bag. This is crucial information. Why did you keep this from the court until now?
Ain't you been listening? They told me to shut my trap, and I always do what I'm told.
No, this isn't a bad dream, Your Honor. Witness the power of the Old Bag. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. Yeah. So you were told not to talk.
That's right, by the studio and the TV bigwigs, no less.
Why didn't I hear about this?
Don't be too hard on yourself, Sonny. We were all in on it.
Who were these people?
Well, the director and the producer, for starters.
The director? We should have known something was fishy. How could they have done a run-through of their action scene without a director? Of course!
Yes, well, I was surprised no one asked about it.
So, where were these people?
The director was in the employee area all morning for the run-through.
Well, now she's definitely lying.
He joined the producer around lunchtime and they had a meeting after that.
Where?
Oh, in the Studio 2 trailer.
Studio 2? There was a Studio 2?
Well, if you look at the guide map. Here it is. You go through the gate and all the way to the left. The path where the monkey's head was falling over.
Well, Mr. Wright, would you like to continue the cross-examination? I think I've already asked all my questions, but continue. Miss Oldbag, this is a trial for murder.
I know that's silly. Still, they were pretty convincing about having nothing to do with it. And they gave me a little bonus on the side.
So you got your bonus and you still talked. I think I've asked all the questions I have to ask. Nope. Listen. Shut up, okay? But I don't want to talk about it. So you were told not to talk.
That's right. By the time the studio...
Oh, yeah, okay, we already been through this. There we go. Come on. Guess pressing her was the right thing to do. For an old windbag, she sure likes keeping secrets. Let's get as much information as we can. I did. How do I fucking... Oh. Well, shit. Them? Who were these people?
Well, the director and the producer, for starters.
Okay, yeah. Now the thing will come up. Yep, there's Studio 2. Yep. There. Now take a break. Your Honor, we have learned there were others at Global Studios on the day in question. The director and the producer and some bigwigs were all present. Yet, as we stand here, they have not been questioned. I hold that it is impossible to declare a verdict on the defendant, Mr. Powers. The court acknowledges the defense's point. The prosecution will gather more information about the witness, Miss Oldbag, and more information about these other people we have just been told of. I understand, Your Honor. This ends the day's proceedings in the trial of Mr. Will Powers. That is all. This court is adjourned. Okay. Now give me a minute. I'm going to leave the music running. I need more tea. I desperately need more tea for this. So I'm going to go make some tea. Give me a couple of minutes. I will be back, and then we'll keep going. Nope. Actual tea, sober. Okay, I is back. All right, what did I miss? Let's see. Soon you'll be eating crumpets too. No, I'm drinking tea because it helps coat the throat that is being rubbed completely fucking raw by doing all of these voices. Thank you, Aylin. Nothing beats Turkish tea, or even better. Oh, Turkish coffee is insane. I love that stuff. Might partake in a Kashmiri chai later. Kind of fancy. It looks away in Southern American with their sweet iced tea. Southern sweet iced tea is magic all its own. Matcha tea, too. Matcha tea is really good. I have some of that, too. I love a blend of anise and peppermint tea with honey when I'm stuffed up or need to get the stuff out of my lungs. True. For sick, nothing beats sage tea with some lemon juice. I have one thing that actually does beat that. Dumb as it may sound, I do have one thing that does actually beat that. And what you do is it is called a hot toddy. What you do is you make a cup of tea as you normally would, but then you add a shot of whiskey. Full shot. And then you drink it. And the best thing to do, no bullshit, with a hot toddy, full send that fucker. Doesn't matter how hot it is. You full send that sumbitch, you're gonna be sweating all fucking night. You're gonna sweat that sickness out. Hot toddies are amazing. I love them. Now, I will say that the tea that I'm currently drinking, and it's only because it helps my throat, is I've got green tea with a little bit of sugar, a little bit of lemon, and believe it or not, because I didn't have any honey just on hand, I took a little bit of maple syrup and mixed it in before I poured the hot water over the tea bag, so that the sugar, maple syrup, and maple syrup and lemon combination end up coating the throat. For the drinkers, here's another one. Get a thin mug. Get tin mug, not a thin mug. And make thick black coffee. I like it so far. Make it like fucking axle grease. Still liking it. Add 1 splash of milk and then 1 shot of dark navy rum. I call it the trench special. Good for what ails ya, also causes what ails ya. That's some good shit right there. That's some real good shit right there. Must be a tin mug. It adds to the umami. Well, I mean, that's true. You need battery acid for coffee. Can we use a thin tin mug? Probably better, because some of that aluminum might actually come off in the coffee. Or in the tin, I should say. Yeah, some of it might actually come off and end up in the coffee, with giving you more umami. That's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all, actually. No! Okay. Spectre, you've never had military coffee, have you? It's what they gave British soldiers in the trenches before they went over the top. I don't drink now, but it's good shit. It sounds really good. Okay. Military coffee has the consistency of battery acid. I'm not kidding. And that fucker is on the burner all day. So, literally, you are having Battery acid. Yes, it has the consistency of battery acid. You can stand... Yes, if you cannot stand a spoon up in your coffee, it is not good. I'm weird for helping with my throat, and I get the Arizona green tea with ginseng and honey and make sure they're super cold. That always helped repair my throat when I was singing. No, Aylin, I'm literally drinking basically that right now, but it's hot. So I agree with you. In fact, you can use it to clean your mess tin. You absolutely can. Military coffee is great. I love military coffee. That's one of the reasons why I love cowboy coffee. Because old school military coffee and cowboy coffee are made the exact same way. You take a shit ton of coffee grounds, throw it in a big ass pot, fill it with water, and boil that fucker for hours. That's how you do it. That's quite literally how you make military coffee. I would love to drink coffee again. I used to love a Colombian on a cold coastal morning. Ooh, that does sound really, really good. That does sound really good. Here's another. You need to go to San Antonio when the rodeo is in town, because they have a cowboy breakfast before the... Oh my god, what's in a cowboy breakfast? Tell me. Tell me. I need to know. What's in a cowboy breakfast? I've never heard it. I know what an English breakfast is, and I fucking love English breakfast. Oh my god. But cowboy breakfast? What is it? We must find out the answer. Before we go any further, we must find out the answer. Cowboy breakfast. What do they got? Oh my, if these images are true, I am fucking all for it. Look at these images. Holy shit. Cowboy breakfast, okay. Well, that doesn't tell me anything. I need a picture of the breakfast. Okay, wide variety of breakfast tacos and free coffee. Additionally, a range of free beverages will be available. For those aged 21 and above, there is alcoholic beverages for purchase, including beer and the rodeo's own Certiera tequila. The event also features rodeo merchandise, music, and promises to be a fun-filled experience for the entire family. Breakfast tacos and free coffee. Holy fuck. Well, now, hang on. Cowboy breakfast tacos. What do we got? Ken Rollins? Well, no, this is... Oh, no, Ken Rollins did. Yes, okay. Okay. Hang on. I gotta turn the music down. This is important. Cowboy Ken Rollins is calling us. Shh. That's the event page, but the Cowboy Skillet thing is good too. Well, hang on. We got Cowboy Ken Rollins here. I watch him. We have been derailed, and I'm not... I mean, this is... How can you not, like, want to see what a cowboy breakfast taco is? You have to. Anytime, YouTube. Anytime.
A little closer.
There we go.
I need to tell y'all something. I am trying to pass a law through Congress in every state in the Union. Taco Tuesdays is not meant for supper. It's meant for breakfast tacos any day of the week. And folks, I got you covered with some chorizo, some bacon, the fluffiest eggs you're ever going to see. Oh my gosh. Call you a senator and you congressman.
Chorizo, bacon, avocado. Ooh. And egg. Oh, and the fucking sauce.
You know, on a ranch, there's not many options that you have for breakfast when you're in 6 weeks or something like that. I mean, biscuits, eggs, bacon, sausage, pancakes, breakfast burritos. But let's change it up. I'm talking about a breakfast taco, and they're so easy to make, and you can put nearly anything in them you want.
Do you have a preference, burrito versus taco?
You know, there's a lot of similarities between a breakfast taco and a breakfast burrito. You load them both in the chute, and you have a race down the track. It's going to be neck and neck all the way. I think a man could have one of both and be the happiest man in the world. I really do.
Good
When
call.
you're talking about a breakfast taco, and there's many different meats you could combine, but to keep it sort of traditional too, in a way, we're going to use bacon and chorizo. Now, you could use sausage and chorizo, or just bacon and sausage, or just bacon by itself. But
Nah, you need bacon and chorizo. Oh, that's so good.
I want you to take 6 slices, and we're just going to kind of cut these up in bite-sized pieces. Mage, I tell you what, you've been really good help, and we're going to start early. Hey, up here, sit. Stand still. Wag your tail. But you're so smart. You do such a good job. You do. Got that Yeti skillet over there on about medium-high heat. We're gonna
Bacon
throw this
tax,
bacon
yep.
in there and cook it till it gets about right before crispy.
Oh, that's the good stuff. If he doesn't take that bacon juice and use it for onions or something, I'm going to be mad. Or, better yet, cook the chorizo in that bacon grease. Oh, that's good stuff.
Well, got that bacon all done. We removed it from that skillet and put it in a bowl. Be sure you save that bacon grease because we're going to need it
There
later.
we go.
Next comes chorizo. Now, there is pork chorizo, there is beef chorizo.
There's Basque chorizo, which
Yes,
is Basque.
and that's coming from Shan. But if you have some that you've bought and it's got the casing on it, remove the casing. You can see this doesn't have it. If you want to go and really impress me, you go back and you look at our homemade chorizo video and you do it that way. So these do have a little plastic wrapper on them, as you can see right here. And I guarantee you, folks, them won't be good to eat. So we need to take them off.
Do you have a favorite chorizo?
I really liked what we made in that video. I think this brand is better than that big long tube that you buy, because when you get to looking at it, so many viewers had told me when they had seen that.
So he likes pork
and we used that
chorizo.
the very
Fair.
first time we ever did something with chorizo, you read on that label, it's really mostly organ meat from hogs. Buy the good stuff or go back and watch that video and make your own. And if you're in Basque country, as Shan says, just go get some of theirs because she claims it is the best. Better than your husband's.
I'll stay quiet on that one.
Okay. Well, we got that chopped up, but we're going to chop it up some more as we're frying it over. Burner's still on medium-high heat. We're going to cook it till it gets browned throughout.
Nice. Oh, God, I love chorizo. So good.
Well, finished browning up that chorizo we did, and then we mixed that bacon that we'd cooked earlier back with it.
Hell
Be
yeah.
sure that you save that bacon crease. Put it over here in a little old bowl. We're going to use it in a minute.
Nice.
Keep that warm, but let's talk about tortillas, okay? Because I really...
Is he going to cook the tortillas in the bacon grease? That might actually be really badass.
I want to urge you, do not buy the crispy taco shells that's already formed, okay?
No.
Because
No,
when
you don't want
buy
that.
into them things, a lot of times they're so crumbly, everything falls out on the floor, don't it, Mage?
Yeah, what you want is you want the corn tortillas, and then you can, in a skillet, you add a little bit of oil, or in his case, bacon grease, and then you fold it as it cooks. That's the good stuff.
Now, you can use corn, you can use flour. If you want to really impress me or Shan, go back and watch the video that we did on Shan's homemade tortillas, because they are out of this world. So today I'm going to use corn tortillas, I am. And remember, we saved that bacon grease. I want you to get that skillet over there, get it preheating, pour a little bacon grease in there, and when you put them corn tortillas in there, Put them in there on that bacon grease.
Nice.
I want to make sure that both sides have got some of that grease on them. We're just going to warm them throughout to where they'll bend and they're pretty flexible. Be sure you don't overcook these, because I want them pliable and I don't want them crispy. I want them where they'll bend, but make sure you've got something to keep them warm in. I'm going to use a Dutch oven. You can put these back in a piece of tin foil, or you can put them in a cup towel and keep them warm, or you can put them in an oven that's just on a low temp while you're cooking, if you're cooking a bunch of them for guests.
See, okay, I have a wee bit of a trick that I can impart onto everybody here. If you ever have tacos one night, okay, and you know how they have that little, like, it's, it almost feels like stock, like card stock, but it's that little, like, square thing that sits in the top of one of the hard shells. Keep that. And the reason you keep it is because when you go to actually make taco shells with corn tortillas like this, what you can do is you can cook one side a little bit, and then when you start to fold it, take that cardstock thing and put it dead center, and then you can literally fold it right up. And because it's cardstock, it'll help suck up all the excess bacon grease that didn't just get sucked up into the tortilla, and that way it won't burn.
Folks, I'm about to give you the biggest tip you ever seen on anything to do with eggs. How to get the fluffiest eggs ever when you're making scrambled eggs. First, if you've got some fresh eggs, I think they're better than anything. And these are cage-free brown eggs. For some reason,
Where are you? I'm not. I want to see this breakfast taco.
If anybody knows exactly what we call these in videos, be sure and leave me a comment down there below. And I really think the biggest tip when people are making scrambled eggs is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I like to lost count. Is they just take a spoon or something to mix them up with. That is not happening. I don't care wherever we're at. If I'm making Shan a scrambled egg, one of the most valuable tools you can have is a whisk.
Absolutely.
And let me just beat these up here just a tad. I think really the thing that makes eggs really rich when you cook them is two things. One is mayonnaise.
Really?
What? I heard people in the forest saying, you put mayonnaise in eggs. I have put mayonnaise in eggs really to make them richer and fluffier too, but also to make them go further if I was in a bind on the ranch thinking I didn't have enough. We're going to put about that much.
Okay.
Cream. Heavy whipping cream.
Hell yeah. That's the good stuff.
Use 1, 2 tablespoons, just like that. Now then, we're going to mix it really, really well. And you'll see some of them clumps of mayonnaise when you're doing this, and you'll think this ain't never going to work. Folks, have faith in me. I've never steered you down the wrong path yet.
It's true, he hasn't.
I will tell you one thing. One of the biggest things you can do with this to make them the best is you got to whip them till they nearly get sort of frothy. We're not making egg whites. That would be pretty hard to do with this, but a whisk is your valuable tool. If you've got one of them cordless drills and you remember seeing me with that whisk, you can do it that way. But we got to get them frothed up, so I'm going back to work. Put about 2 tablespoons of butter in there. I did. Got this on low heat. No more than that. Make sure you got it on low. When that butter gets melted, remember them eggs that we whipped all up? We're just going to dump them right in there.
God, that actually does look really good that way.
Because there could be some leftover cream.
True.
Or there could be some leftover mayonnaise in there.
Also true.
Now, you use salt and pepper, whatever you want to use. I like to put a little bit of our original on these eggs. Don't take much. And I know by habit you're thinking to yourself, we need to stir them. We need to go ahead and mix them up. Folks, we whipped the snot out of them, we did, so we ain't gonna really mess with them, just none just yet, till we begin to see it cook right around the edges. Then we'll gently fold. This rubber spatula is your best friend when you're doing this, just like that whisk was when we were scrambling them up.
Rubber spatulas are a godsend.
Beginning to set right here on the edges, right here a little. So just take it gingerly and fold it in. Don't be turning the heat up, thinking that you're gonna cook these in a hurry. If you want to keep eggs light and fluffy, it's not a rush job. It's a take your time, do it with perfection. Just keep stirring around that edge, and I want Shan to zoom in here. I'm going to show you something already. When you pull around here, see how the eggs are starting to cook right there? That's what we're after. Just keep moving them around a little. Shan, could you get me a rock?
A rock?
Yeah, we're going to need it to put on these eggs. They're so light and fluffy, they're going to float off. Now, I want you to come back in here, Shan, so they can see this. You can see how we're pulling up from the bottom again now and folding. We're beginning to get some action.
So the tip here is like to fold. You don't want to like...
We're not trying to beat all these things up here. We can chop them up if we need to, but no, I want these eggs to come out like big old curds in a way, like you was making cheese. You know, I can remember doing this down the bottom of the Paladura Canyon one time, making a bunch of scrambled eggs, and I was going to keep them warm, and I got busy, so I set them over there on the chuck box lid. I went to making me some gravy. Time I got the gravy made, them eggs had nearly froze in that skillet, so we had to do a lot of reheating. But hey, we got them warmed back up. When I did these, I put them back in a baggie, put them in hot water. I think they call that sous vide. I call it warm it up in a hurry. Be sure when you get to this point to where everything's beginning to fold pretty good, that you put a little pressure on that spatula and get to the bottom, and that way if anything's stuck there a little, it's going to peel up just fine. There's 3 things in the world that really bother me when they get burnt and they taste bad. That is a burnt bean, a burnt egg, and burnt biscuits.
I mean, those are 3 things you definitely don't want burned. That's for sure. Also, notice this man is doing the one thing that anybody and everybody who loves to cook should do. Use a fucking cast iron skillet. See, me personally, I like my eggs a little bit drier, but I can understand, I guarantee you, even if they were a little bit drier than this, only because you see how it's like, it's glistening here, which typically means that it's not completely cooked. There's like a little like film over the eggs or whatever. I like my eggs a little bit drier, but I guarantee the flavor in this is amazing.
I'm getting hungry, I am, and it is a done deal. We just got to put them together. So let me get the meat over here, and we'll set it right here. Oh, that's sort of hot, Mage. Ain't gonna take long to look at neither one of them. Now, I'm thinking if y'all just go ahead and turn the camera off, Shan, I'll just eat by myself. So we're gonna take us one of these corn tortillas. Now, I want you to put a little cheese right in the bottom.
Okay.
That's why I say you got to keep these things warm. Next, we're going to have some egg.
Ooh.
And I'd say about one more of them.
You know, my problem with tacos is I always overfill them.
Well,
then I can't close them.
We're going to add us a little bit of this chorizo.
But you don't close a taco, you close a burrito.
I can't leave out Wisconsin's favorite food as well as Duke. A little bit of this cheddar right on top. Some queso fresco that we've crumbled up.
Ooh.
Well, there it is, a breakfast taco.
Oh. That looks good. Gonna be honest. Oh, with that chorizo and bacon. Ooh, that's good stuff. Oh man, hell yes. That avocado and that sauce, ooh. Oh, that looks good.
This is like Taco Tuesday every day of the week. And folks, when you get these made, you can top it with your favorite salsa. What are you gonna do? Put a little sour cream on there, add you some avocado. I love to use our chutney because it goes so well with breakfast. And speaking,
I like to though.
Chutney. I mean, for a breakfast taco, I could see chutney.
Your rock.
You got to have a taco rock. If you're in the business of making tacos, you got to have a taco rock. Made, you had a bite a while ago, so I'm going to get this one.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
There's a lot of goodness in there.
We're gonna go right over
Distracting.
here, Nate,
Oh no.
and we're gonna skip the rope. Woo. I'm gonna tell you right now, and Shan said it earlier, when you can use a corn tortilla, this brings back to me an authentic flavor. But that chorizo really sort of hits a home run in there. I get me a bite of that bacon, but them eggs is fluffy. We had 4 of these here at one time. One of them floated off into the atmosphere, so I know they're good. Breakfast tacos, best way to start your day it is, and hey, so delicious they are. But it is with pride, honor, and privilege that I tip my hat to all our servicemen
That's awesome.
and all the veterans who have kept that old flag of fire
Here.
above camp. We commend you all. The rest of you, get on up in here. It may be Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday, but I'm ready for a taco and a big hug. God bless you each and every one, and I'll see you down the breakfast taco trail.
That really does look so fucking good. Okay, there's the video. Go like the video at least. And please, you know what? Subscribe. Cowboy Ken Rollins, this dude makes amazing, amazing stuff. So please, 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 if you're a foodie like I am, you're going to see a lot of things that he does on his channel, and you're going to be like, I need to try these. He, by the way, is how I know how to make cowboy coffee. No bullshit. What is this? Oh, more Cowboy Ken Rollins, the breakfast that fed cowboys and soldiers, the Mexican hash recipe. Oh, shit.
That we're cooking for breakfast would be the perfect over easy fried egg. It would. Oh my gosh, that didn't slip right through the crack it did. Culinary will get that, and good thing I'm packing though. I got one in my pocket. Before it fed cowboys, before it filled dinner plates, this simple breakfast fed soldiers in the mud, marching into battle. Folks, we're making Mexican breakfast hash the cowboy way. And we're digging into the wild story of how hash helped
Oh, yes. Okay, here we go. The cowboy breakfast skillet. Nice.
the West. If you like bold flavor.
Oh, okay. Okay, wait. Hang on. Whoa. There we go.
Into the wild story of
If you are not cooking eggs like this, to where all you do is just break that yolk a little bit with your fork and the yolk just kind of oozes out, you're not living. You are not living if you're not making eggs like this.
how hash helped build the West. If you like bold flavors and forgotten stories, pull up a stump, because we're bringing breakfast to life. Hey folks, welcome to the wagon. And I got a quick favor to ask of you. If you like cowboys, and you love history, and you love food, be sure and give this video a like.
Yeah, please, guys, give his video a like. Please, give that last one a like, and we'll give this one a like when we're done with it, for sure.
Channel grow. But before we just jump right into the wagon and take off...
You and
down
your
the
mom
trail
only
and
like
cook
eggs that
this
way? Hell
traditional
yeah.
Mexican dish called hash. I got a question for you first. What exactly is hash? The word hash comes from the French word hasher, meaning to chop, and it was all about using what you had. Back in the 17th century in England and France, hash was a way to stretch leftovers, especially meat and potatoes, into something hearty and filling. But
Nice.
settle your horse. We're going back across the pond to a great turning point in American history, the Civil War. Hash became a staple because it was a simple, adaptable, and could stretch meager rations. Salt pork, dried beef, hardtack crumbs, onions if they were lucky, and root vegetables dug out of the cold, muddy, boggy ground. And that all get chopped, boiled, and fried into one big skillet. It wasn't fancy, but it did fill a belly. The Union and Confederate Army, both of them had designated cooks. Now, that might have just been a soldier that he just picked out of the ranks. Might not even knew how to cook, but he had the task of feeding massive amounts of people, whether it was just in an old pot over a fire or a big long fire trench that they cooked with. They had to get the job done. The average soldier might eat the same dish 3 meals in a row, and hash was one of the few ways to make yesterday's rations taste like something new. This
Hell
is
yeah.
similar to the role of old Cookie on the chuck wagon going down the trail in the mid-1800s. It was his job to take simple ingredients and turn them into something edible to fuel them cowboys. So, both the role of the soldier and the cowboy were harsh, facing the wrath of Mother Nature. You know, they even had a saying back in them camps. If it moves, it's stew. If it's left over, it's hash. But I'm really interested in what the Civil War hash was made with. Now that don't sound like no delicacy.
That's actually a good one. If it moves, it's stew. If it's left over, it's hash. I like that.
But it did get the job done. So before we go down the trail and we cook this Mexican hash, I would like to recreate this hash of the Civil War and just see what it tasted like.
Ooh. It almost looks like hardtack.
Just by looking at it, I told Shan a while ago, them old soldiers, or even them young soldiers that didn't have many teeth, this would have been pretty hard to eat for them, but I didn't have salt pork. I used bacon.
Fair.
Salt pork would have probably had more of a lard base to it, to where it would have had more grease to soften some of that hardtack up.
True.
Because remember, when you cook hardtack, it's preserved. It'll last thousands of years. So I'm going to put a little black pepper on there. Have we got dental insurance, Shan?
It's questionable.
So I'm gonna have this little bite right here with a piece of hardtack.
Oh yeah.
It's got a crunch.
That's hardtack.
The hardtack is really crisp. You might have to cook this stuff 2 or 3 hours for it to even get tender or have a lot of grease in there to sop it up one. But the bacon and the onion, they're definitely the stars of the show here. But the hardtack gives it a little more substance, and I think that's what they were after, to make something go further. I'm glad we made it. I'm glad things have changed to where I can make it the Mexican hash to go down the trail and feed cowboys, because I'm afraid if I fed this to cowboys very often, they might leave camp and go somewhere else.
Okay, I'm gonna pop in.
You know,
I want to try it.
and also, we have a hardtack video if you folks want to go back and watch that. But, I mean, it's not too bad.
It's not bad at all. I think if you stew down the hardtack a little more.
Yeah, I haven't eaten 3 days, so I'm gonna have another bite. After the war, those soldiers came home, and so did their taste for hash. It started showing up in boarding houses, taverns, and eventually the early diners popping up in cities across the country. In fact, by the 1880s, a whole class of cheap restaurants sprang up called hash houses. No frills places serving big helpings for a dime. That's where the term comes from, and it stuck around through the 20th century. You know, hash became the great equalizer. It was not just fed to soldiers. It was also fed to factory workers, every worker going through the city in the 20th century, but also it was fed to cowboys going down the trail. But when the cattle drive sprung up during the 1880s and they were going through Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas, hash became a staple dish for the old cook also. They'd fry up anything they could scrounge. Maybe some leftover rabbit if they were lucky from the night before, taters if they had them, and chop some onions and a pinch of dried chili. Sometimes they even tossed in beans or old biscuits just to get it to stretch. You see, a cattle drive could run for 2 to 3 months, covering up to 1,000 miles from Texas all the way to the Kansas railheads. As cattle drives crossed into the borderlands of New Mexico, Arizona, and Texas, hash started to change. Cowboys began cooking alongside them Mexican vaqueros, and those fellers knew how to spice things up. Dishes like papas con chorizo brought the heat and the depth to simple meals. Mexican chorizo was brought over by the Spanish in the 1500s, got a bold makeover in the New World with vinegar, paprika, and dried chilies. Now this is when hash started to get its real flavor. It wasn't just survival food anymore. This was something that cowboys looked forward to going down the trail.
Oh shit. Okay, so this is the good stuff. Okay. All right. I'm interested. Ooh, I bet those taste really good too.
We're going to make this hash like I think I would have made it, and probably old Cook going down the trail as well. First, I'm going to start with some bell pepper, red in color it is, 1 white onion, 2 poblanos, 2 jalapenos. Now, I'm not taking the seeds out of them because I don't think old Cookie would have done that either. So you see me throw them peppers on old Bertha over and roll them around, and finally I needed to get them to where they would even sear a little more, so I just cut them, flatten them out, put them on there and let her do the work. Brought them over here, and what is it? The handy dandy hash knife. Now, old Cookie had one of these on the wagon. I guarantee it was a versatile tool that he used every day. So many times people tell me when they see this is an ulu, like the Alaskans, the Eskimos use when there's cleaning fish, cleaning seals, but it is a hash knife. The handle comes up further on both sides, the handle is up on top, leaving you more control and more accuracy, really. Now, you can still use this if you want to flesh something, but this is totally different than an ulu. During the cattle drive era, from 1866 to 1890, chuck wagon cooks prepared a meal a day for a crew of 10 to 15 cowboys, often using limited tools and ingredients. The hash knife was a key utensil used for chopping vegetables, but also for chopping leftover meat. It made quick work of hard or frozen food, even under rugged trail conditions. The hash knife brand became one of the most recognized brands in cattle ranching history, especially in Arizona and Texas. The hash knife outfit of the Aztec Land and Cattle Company, founded in 1884, ran tens of thousands of cattle across northern Arizona. Though unrelated to the kitchen knife directly, the brand name is inspired by the cook's tool, and we've used it on the wagon as long as I've had it. The first one I ever got come from an old retired Texas Ranger that was his great-great-grandmother's. Tom Willoughby, a great friend of mine, but a great blacksmith, makes these for us. So if you're interested, you be sure and check it out. But hey, we need to get to putting this hash together, so let's go to frying some potatoes.
Ooh, hell yeah.
I've got me a 10-inch skillet here. Had me just a little dab of oil in there. Let it get good and hot. Now I'm frying the red skin potatoes. Be sure and leave that skin on there, but also the red bell peppers at the same time. We're just gonna let them begin to brown up just a little bit, not get plumb crisp yet, because everything goes in the hash from this start on. The peppers will go in, more seasoning will go in, and then last with the chorizo, so it's just a process that keeps happening.
Nice. Jesus. That's a lot of peppers, but I like it. Spectre, are you more hangry now? Okay, so smoked paprika, which is always good to have. Cilantro, always good to have. Ground cumin, okay.
Now, while that's all simmering along over on old Bertha, let's talk about chorizo. Now, chorizo, most of the time back then, it was being handmade. They was making it in bulk. Cook would go by there, pick him some up, take it down the trail.
No such thing as too many peppers.
Come down the game trail.
I died from hunger overdose. Nice.
We're using a Mexican chorizo, we are, but it is ground. Now, I have a video if you want to go back on how we made homemade chorizo, but I wanted to make this convenient for y'all because there is beef chorizo, there is pork chorizo, but this comes in little casings. Make sure you get them removed before you go to cooking with them, and just run them out of here. Homemade, I guarantee you, is the best. If you'll go back and watch that video, makes a great hash, but also makes a great chorizo burger. And instead of using ground chorizo, if you want to use sliced chorizo and slice it pretty thin, that would work even better. Well, when them potatoes have begun to soften, and let's just see if they have. They have, and they're hot.
Yep.
We're going to sprinkle with a little smoked paprika.
Nice. Hell yeah.
A little bit of cumin and a little bit of oregano. I'm sorry.
That's cilantro.
Of ground cumin.
And cilantro.
And a little bit of dried cilantro.
There you go.
Now, if you'd rather have fresh, you go ahead. Me and fresh, we don't get along. Now, that right there is a meal in itself. Get you a flour tortilla and go to town. But folks, we ain't near through yet. We're fixing to put that chorizo in here. And when I do it that way, I just need you to make you a well right down here in the middle. because we need that chorizo to be cooking. As soon as it gets in there, then we'll incorporate it with all the veggies.
Okay.
So in it goes.
Hell yeah.
And most store-bought chorizo that I ever had ends up having a little more grease to it than what the homemade would. So just keep chopping up through here. It'll eventually get to where it's cooking. It'll begin to crumble and it'll incorporate well.
Oh yeah. That looks really good, actually.
Now to finish this off, we need to put some eggs on top there.
Ooh.
We're gonna do it
Yes.
sunny side up. We are. Now you can do it fried if you would rather, but
No.
let's get to cracking. It is
Sunny
well
side up or
greased,
over easy.
and it is hot. Cracked gingerly. You seen what happened? There goes the first one.
There you
Soon
go.
as you can, it gets shaped. Get a lid on it, because that's going to help it steam. Everything's going to get done. When that sets and you see it, that egg is sunny side up. The sun is coming up and it's going right on the breakfast hash.
That's right. You either do sunny side up or over easy. That's it. Oh, God, that looks so good.
Now, if you're just doing this and you want a fried egg, over easy, same method. Make sure it's greased, crack it there, put that lid. But when you see it get lacy around the edges and set up, turn that rascal ever so gently.
Yep.
But grease that spatula before you do. And it ain't got to cook long on that other side before it goes right there. And that yolk will bust. It's gonna be so
True. Oh, hell yeah.
Ain't this a beautiful dish that we have created here? I mean, And folks, when it comes to arranging the plate, I need y'all to know most of the time it is Shan that makes it look good. But the eggs, oh, sunny side up, the chorizo, all the potatoes, the vegetables. We're gonna get us just a little bit of that egg in here, Duker, right there at the bottom. The thing that sort of rings the bell right off the bat is the smokiness of the chorizo flavor, but also that poblano pepper. And then here it comes, tingling right there in the back of your taste buds. It is the jalapeno. It is.
Ooh.
Folks, this is not just breakfast. This is a story on a plate. From wartime to the wagon.
Is it just me or is he
This
getting
meal
redder
can't be
as he
fake
talks?
idea, but it is with pride, honesty,
After-
and privilege that I tip my hat to all our
Wait. Is it just me or was he getting redder from the jalapenos as he was talking? I'm pretty sure that this man did not start off this color. I'm just throwing that one out there. Okay, here we go.
the chorizo flavor, but also that poblano pepper.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
There-
Tingling
okay.
In the back of your taste buds. It is the jalapeno. It is.
Look, he's getting redder.
This is not just breakfast. This is a story on a plate. From wartime to the wagon. This meal kept them fed. It did. But it is with pride, honesty, and privilege that I tip my hat to all our service.
That's so fucking funny. Okay. Well, here is the other one. Please go like it because it's Cowboy Ken Rollins. He never steers us wrong. He does amazing, amazing stuff. Go subscribe to him. Seriously, he's got absolutely amazing videos. He's where I learned to make cowboy coffee. He's given me a lot of cooking tips and stuff like that. Oh my God. If this is Cowboy Ken Rollins, Master Gravy, it might be. Let's see.
Gravy needs to be
Yep.
its own food group. We gotta have a little meat grease. Half a cup, maybe. 4 tablespoons of
I've seen this, but this is so good.
flour. You need a spatula what's got some holes in it or slots because we want to make sure that we get them lumps out of there. The canned milk. And you have to stir pretty rapidly here because this is what's going to make it either thick or lumpy, either milk, cream, or canned milk. And I love to use canned milk because I think it brings about a richness. And if it gets a little thicker than what you need, either thin it with a little more canned milk or you thin it with cold water. But if you ever need to thicken it, just a little cornstarch and water. I want one of you viewers to reach a hand through that camera and continue to stir this while I go over here and get the seasonings. Thank y'all for handing it to me. A little black pepper.
Yep.
A little of our original.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's the good stuff. Look at that gravy. Over country fried steak. Ooh, oh. Now, I'm assuming, especially because Aylin's in the South, you've had country or chicken fried steak, whichever one you want to call it, right? And probably chicken fried chicken. That is the best gravy to have with something like that. It is so good. If you guys have never tried country fried or what they also call chicken fried steak, I would look up a recipe and I would definitely try it. It's hard to have it made right, honestly. It is hard. Yeah, country fried steak, country fried chicken, like it is very, very hard to make it right. But God, does that gravy look good. Oh. Holy shit. But yeah, seriously. I haven't had chicken fried steak in so long. God damn it, now I want some. Fuck. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at how slowly it oozes right off the side. That's the good stuff. That is the good... Yeah, okay. Before we keep doing all this and I end up just wanting to cook at like fucking 2 in the morning, why don't we actually like get back to the game? Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. I was right to ask you to defend me.
Oh, really? It's nothing. Or should I...
We'll be going down to the studios to do some more investigating. Oh, wait, no, that's Phoenix. Never mind. Sorry, not sorry. Oh, no, that was a great derailment. We'll have to find out more about this director and producer. They'll be turning up in the next trial as witnesses for certain. So now's my chance to get material for the cross-examination.
So, Nick, have we figured out just who it was that that was in that Steel Samurai costume? Could it really have been old Windbag?
Well, what do you think, Mr. Powers? I don't think it was her, really.
Neither do I, Nick.
Yeah, I know. Look, I was just buying time back there. Someone had to be the bad guy for a bit to take the pressure off Mr. Powers.
Poor old Windbag. I kind of feel sorry for her.
Well, she wasn't winning any points in there, with or without my accusation. Okay, let's get down to the studios.
Right. We'll be back to visit you soon.
Thanks. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Aylin. Not only did you derail the stream, now you left me hungry. Listen, I mean, that's part of the S5A Shadow experience. You come in, you watch me do some dumb shit, we stop for a few, we watch shit that makes us hungry, and then we go back to playing it. Hungry. Whew, what a day.
This is no time for relaxing, Nick. Say, you think WP's got a chance?
I guess that really depends on the people we found out about in today's trial. Sour Blue Raspberry Mike and Ike's. Oh god, she's doing the candy thing.
The director and producer?
Yeah, them.
Well, what are we doing here then? Let's get to the studios.
Oh god.
We don't have enough information to make a case yet.
That's exactly the same thing you said yesterday.
Just admit it, you don't have a clue what happened. There's not enough information.
Don't judge my candies. Listen! Aylin, what did you have for dinner? What do you think we should do?
What do I... Huh? Why don't we do what you just said? We gotta get the scoop on this director and producer.
Oh, right. Well, then there's no point hanging out here.
That's what I've been saying. Let's get to the studios pronto.
No, okay, wait a minute, wait, hold on. Whoa. You mean to tell me that you're eating candy, but you haven't even eaten dinner? Zero dinner. Zero of the sustenance. You're just eating candy. That's wow. I'm telling your mom, right? I'm telling Lance. Simply, I'm gonna call him up and be like, bro, you need to make dinner. You know why? Because Aylin hasn't eaten anything. And she's sitting here with a 30-pound bag of candy talking about how good candy is when she hasn't even had dinner. Zen and Lance warned you about this. I will get in the zone and then just snack. Okay, fine. But guess what you still need to eat? I'll give you a hint. It starts with a D and ends in inner. Just that simple. You haven't. You had a big breakfast. And how long ago was that breakfast? Guarantee it wasn't 12 hours ago, because that would make it noontime, which would be lunch. So you had it further back than that. At noon. That was 12 hours ago. You woke up... I don't care if you woke up right before the second coming. You still need to eat dinner. Even if it's something small. Sweet Jesus. Wow. I'm telling Lance.
No one's here.
Right, now that they have Miss Oldbag in custody, I guess they don't have anyone else to replace her.
Hey, in the guard station, look, she left her donuts. What? I wasn't going to eat them.
She was totally going to eat the donuts. We know it. Computer that runs the studio security cameras. Huh? It looks like it's been turned off for the day. Interesting. Security guard station. Miss Oldbag must like junk food. There's a mountain of it on the desk in here. Lance knows. He just snacked too. Well, he had a burrito. Listen, he had a burrito. Did you have a burrito? If the answer is no, then the question is, why are you not getting one? Begins with D and ends in R, Dr. Pet. No. Dinner. Starts with a D, ends in inner. The main entrance to the studios, they probably have a police officer on patrol out there. Okay. Looks like a studio van. They probably use it to carry around film equipment. Eating candy and not having eaten dinner. Wow. I'm drinking Dr. Pepper while I'm eating your candy. No. That's not dinner. That's just crap. That's crap that you're just putting in your body. Right? You want to have a little bit of crap with dinner, then drink Dr. Pepper. That's perfectly fine. But you can't just have crap for dinner.
Hey, Nick. It looks like Detective Gumshoe isn't here today.
You're right. He's probably up to his neck in paperwork after the commotion at today's trial.
So, Nick, remember that Studio 2 we heard about at the trial today? It was down that path with the fallen tree, right?
Yeah, I think that's what they said.
Maybe the director and the rest of them are there today. Now's our chance, Nick. Let's check it out.
Well, it's not a bad idea. Feel so judged and attacked.
Because you didn't even have a burrito. This is Studio 2?
I thought so.
It doesn't really look much like a studio, does it?
No, that it does not.
Hey, there's a trailer over there.
It looks pretty sturdy for a movie set trailer. Are we sure this is the studio? Light van for moving staff and equipment. They've kept it in pretty good shape. Looks like it'd run fine.
Well, let's go for a drive.
Sure, if I had a license.
Nick, you don't have a driver's license?
But look, I have this.
Why are you showing me your attorney's badge, Nick?
An incinerator. Apparently, they just put this one in. It's already covered in soot. They must not clean it much. Ooh, I think I know what happened to the uniform. Looks like 2 people ate here. There's nothing left on the plates.
Hey, so they ate T-bone steaks, too.
What is it with steaks around here?
Hey, there's always room for steak. But something does seem out of place.
What?
I don't know. It just feels odd.
Being a kid is wanting to eat ice cream all day. Being an adult is knowing you could have ice cream all day, but might not wake up tomorrow. This is true. This is absolutely true. You hit the nail right on the head. There's a big 2 painted there.
Probably because this is Studio 2?
Probably, though it doesn't look anything like a studio. These look like materials for making a movie set.
They've been sitting here for quite some time. This might as well be a junkyard.
I mean, that's kind of fair. Oh. There's some flowers here.
Wow, so pretty. They're taking good care of these.
Don't get too close. That fence looks dangerous. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. On closer inspection, this trailer looks like it's been here for a while. I don't think this is part of some temporary film set. Okay.
Nick, let's go inside.
You think it's okay? Oh well, it's locked.
Aw, shucks.
No, no, that's not what I was... Damn it. Outside Studio 1. And I want... Main gate. And then I want... Employee area.
Look, it's that assistant girl. Hey!
Hi, WP's lawyers, right?
I heard about the trial. Great job, guys.
Oh? Oh, don't mention it.
Is it true they caught the security lady?
Oh! Actually, she just called me. She told me to cover up that drain. You mean that one? Wow, what a mess.
I know. I'm not so good with handiwork. Some assistant, right? Yeah, but you do work on the props and the backdrops, right?
Right. Just lots of times they end up looking worse than they did before I fixed them.
Oh? Oh! Well, I'm sure these things happen. Nothing to worry yourself about.
You're right. I won't. Personally, I think she should worry at least a little bit more. If you'll excuse me, I have to go to the guard station. I'm supposed to fill in for Miss Oldbag. Right. See you later, then. Good luck with your investigation. Okay. So, we got the T-bone steaks, right? Well, I might as well... Yeah. Got it. Looks like one of those electric-powered bicycles. I don't know about these. I mean, what's the point? Makes it a lot easier to go up hills. Don't people cycle to get exercise? He's got a point. The grate that used to cover the drain. It's a little bent. I don't think it would fit if I tried to put it back on. Fair. So the fanboy they were talking about in the trial today, he came in through that drain? Pixel Pixie, how you doing? She kind of looks like lean beef patty, more like few change penny. Oh, God. So it seems. I guess they covered it up in a hurry. Hey, Nick. If that drain's covered, the boy won't be able to get in. Yeah, I think that was the idea. I feel kind of sorry for him, though, don't you? What do you want? What, you want to rip the grate off? Really, Nick? We can? Whoa, she's serious? Uh-oh. Well, I guess some things are just made to be broken. Yay! You know, Nick, you're pretty swell sometimes. Sometimes? Yeah! There! That should make the kids happy. The things we do. The drain grate is off, and I know who did it. Now the kids will be able to come in again. Doesn't it make you feel great to do a good deed like that? Must be nice to live so free of guilt. Okay, we got those. How you doing, Pixel Pixie? How are the things? There's a half-finished backdrop for a stage here. Looks like a castle. Probably Neo Old Tokyo Castle. Is there anything else? Doesn't look like it. Except for this, which is the, yeah, storage room. We already saw that one. Not these. We did take that card key. Okay. We borrowed that. There's a difference. Yeah. Okay. So, move. Dressing room. Yeah, I've been inside the dressing room. This is where the steel samurai costume was on the day of the murder. That's what Mr. Powers says, at least. Or that's what Mr. Powers says, at least. I guess they snuck in and took it while he was sleeping. But Nick, what if Mr. Powers hadn't been sleeping? I wonder what the killer was planning on doing then. Huh. She's got a point. No, not today. Supermarket tabloids? Wow, I'm kind of shocked. Maya, leave those alone. Wolfmen found on Mars? I'll have to buy that issue. Bunch of snacks on the table. They must give these to the employees. Some tea and cookies. Wait, Nick! What now? These snacks, they passed the expiration date. Then don't eat them? Snacks, they're meant to be eaten. Looks like someone was sleeping here. Maybe Powers did take a nap here like he said. It's locked. I guess he doesn't open his window much. Kind of dusty outside. Some regular suits in among costumes here. Those must be Mr. Powers' personal clothes. Shadow, be happy. I mentioned it to Lance, and he made me some chicken tortillas. See? Look at that. Lance... He knows you gotta have dinner. You just do. I don't care whether you call it supper, dinner, whatever. You got to have it. Okay. Okay, there's nothing else in here. If only your dinner is expired candies, then your tummy will ache. This is true. Was focused on a thing and also bothering Shadow. Listen, you need to eat dinner. Okay, I'm not missing anything else. I feel like this is going to be your new thing, like the water. Listen, you got to drink water. Okay, we know that. So normal. Samurai soda. Yeah, we got that already. For a good while, I thought this place was a room, but it has no ceiling in... It has no ceiling, it's in the open? What, this area? Yeah, it's outside. Yes, I did pull the cover off the drain. That I did do. Yeah, that's off now. Yep. We good. Okay, move. Main gate. Oh, hello. Oh, you look a little out of place. It's the clothes, isn't it? I thought my camo vest might do the trick. Kind of an alternative guard fashion thing. I heard something at the trial today. They said that the director and producer were here the day of the murder. Oh, sorry. I was in the prop storage room, so I didn't see them. I guess they were here, though. The studio head seemed pretty eager to keep us quiet. So they were trying to protect the director. More the producer, really. The producer's our real star here. She saved these studios from the brink of disaster and kept them running. I don't think we'd still be in business if it weren't for that producer. Fuck. Wait, hang on. Fuck. I just realized something. That's, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, what did you realize that accounts for 14 fucks? I just realized that no one announced Death Stranding 2 for PC. Oh my god, dude. I've literally been saying that every fuck... Oh god. It just... We had Kojima. We had PlayStation. Correct. None announced DS2... Okay. Hang on. Calm down. Take a deep breath. Fart if you need to. Just give it a minute. Now, think of it this way. We just breathe. Just breathe. because what I'm about to say is going to change your mind entirely. Okay? But try to fart, something else is coming with it. Don't shit your pants. Just, a little one. It'll be fine. Maybe. Okay, maybe don't try that, because although it would be really, really funny. Okay, now, just like that. Just a little sneaker. Anyway. We are currently at the end of gaming showcases. Pretty much for the year, right? You with me so far, Spectre? You can't do that while I'm eating soup. I will spin it on my keyboard. Oh. Okay. So, although we are done with gaming showcases for the year, there is still one very special time coming up in a couple of months that happens every single year where some of the biggest news on things that are being released is happening. I apologize for any inconvenience. Please eat dinner. Do you know what that thing is, Spectre? The Game Awards. Yeah. So, we still have one shot left. We still have one shot left. If not, we won't hear anything until June of next year. Around that time. Also, did you hear about the possibility of a new Lord of the Rings third-person game? I did not, and we're getting derailed again. God damn it. Hang on. They do not announce anything. I will be shitting just angrily shitting. He's just gonna be sitting there watching the Game Awards just so he can angrily shit. When did this come out? This came out yesterday. New Lord of the Rings game is in development and is a third-person action game designed to compete with Hogwarts Legacy, according to a new report. Insider Gaming said it heard from sources close to the project that the unannounced and untitled game is funded in part by the Abu Dhabi Investment Office, or ADO, to the tune of around 100 million USD. A deal could be made public as soon as next week. In addition to ADO, the rumored new Lord of the Rings game is said to involve Embracer, which is the company that owns the rights to the Lord of the Rings games and other extensions of the fantasy series. The developer Revenge is said to be involved as well. Spokesperson for Embracer said, "We do not comment on rumors or speculation." The developer Revenge declined to comment as well when approached by Insider Gaming. The report had no specific details on the supposed new Lord of the Rings game, so it's unclear at this stage what it means that the game could be designed to compete with Hogwarts Legacy. That game, released in 2023, was an enormous success, becoming #1 best-selling game of the year in the US. A sequel is now a top priority at Warner Brothers. As for The Lord of the Rings, games based on the franchise have not fared all that well of late. The Lord of the Rings Gollum had such a troubled launch in 2023 that its developer canceled its next game and stopped making games altogether. Okay, but to be fair, Gollum sucked. This year is Tales of the Shire, and it got mixed reviews. The existence of a new Lord of the Rings game from Embracer is no surprise at all, as the company said more than a year ago that it was prototyping multiple new games. Before this, Embracer's Lord of the Rings boss, Lee Ginchard, spoke about how he wants there to be a renaissance for Lord of the... Can you really have a renaissance for Lord of the Rings if literally the franchise that they'd be basing it off of is like just over 20 years old? Like, they're not talking about Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, they're talking about Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. In addition, this new mysterious project, Embracer, is working with Amazon Games currently on a new MMO in the Middle-earth universe. Oh, shit, okay. There have been many iconic Lord of the Rings games of the years. In particular, some of the early movie tie-ins were well received, while the more recent Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War were enjoyable as well, but developer Monolith has since shut down. On the less serious note, there are also LEGO Lord of the Rings and LEGO The Hobbit titles that are fondly remembered. Check out the gallery below to see some of the best Lord of the Rings games ever. Beyond video games, Embracer is working with Warner Brothers Pictures and New Line Cinema on multiple upcoming films, including The Hunt for Gollum. Andy Serkis, who played Gollum in Peter Jackson's original Lord of the Rings series, is coming back to direct the film. Okay. That'll be cool. If they can pull it off, that'd be great. I'd love a new Lord of the Rings game. The producer, huh? Okay.
Do kids sneak in here a lot?
Well, I don't think there's that many of them, but I do see one in particular a bunch. He's always gawking at the sets or snapping pictures. You know what we could use? What's that? You should see old Windbag's eyes flash when she sees him. She has a bit of trouble catching him, though. So, how are the studios doing? Well, there's police wandering around everywhere. It's terrible. They won't even let me clean up. Don't want me disturbing evidence. I haven't even cleaned up our lunch plates from the day of the murder. You mean those plates with the steak bones left over on them in the employee area? Yeah, can you believe it? I still have that douche clip. I still do have that douche clip, which was really funny. Okay, so there's a producer that basically saved the studio. The lady, Penny, also said that Miss Oldbag has trouble catching the kid who comes in here all the time. But her eyes are like, if they could kill, the kid would have been turned into a puddle of goo. Wait, you don't know the douche clip? Oh my god. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Let me bring up the douche clip. Let me bring it up. Oh, where are you, douche clip? It was a while ago, but that's okay. Just chatting. Clear Obscure. Oblivion, Ghost Runner, Dark Souls, Hitman, RoboCop, Long Drive, Pirate Yakuza, Hell Let Loose, Frostpunk, God of War, Ghost of Tsushima, Silent Hill 2, Alan Wake 2, Days Gone, okay. Middle Earth, Shadow of War. Here we go. Found it. Hang on 1 second. I'm bringing it up. Okay. Are you ready for this? So this was Middle Earth, Shadow of War. Now, for those of you who don't know, Shadow of War had a random name generator. Okay? It had a random name generator in it. So you never knew what the enemies were going to be called. There you go. There's douche. Ooh, even better. There's douche. It is a good series. It was really, really, really fun. It's just, it came out of nowhere. Because what you miss in this is this happened, and then I was laughing, and again, I think Itzy might have been on her phone or something like that, and so like 20 seconds later, Itzy comes in and she goes, "What?" And there you go. So there is your douche clip. It happened. Douche happened. Okay. Back to this. There we go. Fuck, whoever thought it was a good idea to patent the Nemesis system, though, I hope their car explodes. I'm gonna have to steal that later for the laugh for reasons. Oh, no. Oh, wait. No, I can go in. What the fuck? Who are you dudes? Lamau. What? Huh? We... What the fuck?
Wait, you first. Who are you? You look pretty suspicious to me.
Whatever, lamers. How can you not know the great salmonella? Salmonella? I make the leech shows. The Steel Samurai, mine. RTFC, read the film credits.
Really? You're the Salmonella?
Salmonella.
I'm so sorry. You look so sorry.
No, quite all right, really. It's fine, ROFL.
What is it?
You know, on closer inspection. Yeah. Hot. Oh, dear God. Hey, did you know a lot of cosplay? 'Cause that costume rock soars. Oh.
Rock sores? What? Hey, you're drooling.
Huh? Low. Buffer overrun. I need an adult. You triggered... I can't stand people who do this. You've triggered my creative powers. Yes, it's coming to me. Pink Princess. Ew. The sequel to Steel Samurai. Pink Princess, warrior of little old Tokyo. Oh, dear God. Ruffle, Lamau.
Pink Princess? Why has it gotta be little old Tokyo? Why can't it have a cool name like Neo Old Tokyo?
Maya, we really need to talk about cool. I hate it here. Did you notice anything unusual on the day of the murder? Oh, I know who you dudes are. That security lady told you about us, eh? That's right. It was a pretty regular day. We had a run-through for an action scene in the morning. Then a meeting from lunchtime in the Studio 2 trailer. I was so busy I didn't even get a chance to eat lunch, sad face. A T-bone steak, was it? Yeah, suck sores. I hate missing out on food.
Nick, what does suck sores mean?
No idea. Anyway, I was in a meeting from noon till 4 after. With the producer and some bigwigs from the network. Mr. Hammer's time of death was estimated at 2:30. If he's telling the truth, that meeting gives him an alibi. About the producer who was at the meeting with you. Oh, you mean Di Vasquez. She's a genius. Mad skills all the way. Scary, though. She brought these studios back from the brink of destruction. She's the one who made it possible for me to make the Steel Samurai. You had a meeting with her on the day of the murder, right? Yeah, we were together from noon to 4 the whole time. Stealing after later to... God damn it. Who exactly are these bigwigs people keep mentioning? Oh, the boss over at the network and some sponsors. Also a few production guys. They piled into a limousine and got here right around noon. Major tension. Were all of them with you the entire time? Yeah, unfortunately. They're all gray-haired geezers. Sounds like they'd all be reliable witnesses. Bunch of snacks on the table, yeah. What now? Okay, yeah. I ate them. They were past their expiration date anyway. ROFL. Uh-oh. She's biting her lip and staring at me with tears welling in her eyes. Do I have anything I can... I don't think there's anything else, right? I think that's it. Did you show him? Show him. How do I show him stuff? I can present. Then, I mean, like... I don't know what to show him everything, I guess? I don't know. This is WP, right? How do you know? Well, look, he's obviously dragging his foot. Oh, right. The director would know about the injury. He was there. I try not to pay much attention to things that don't interest me, lol.
Well, why are you staring at me like that?
Ew. Ew. Oh. Oh, that was... God. Oh, man. He's not gonna give me anything else. Stop trying to show him stuff. Listen, I was trying to be thorough. You just don't like the fact that he's sweating profusely and waggling his tongue at admittedly somebody who's not of age, and it's really creepy. I don't think there's anything else, though, is there? No, that's all good. Okay, move. Main gate. Nothing. Oh, wait a minute. Say, you work with props, right? About that murder weapon. You mean the samurai spear? Yeah, it's a prop, but it's still pretty heavy. I hate having to carry that thing around. So you'd have to be pretty strong to use that as a weapon, it sounds like. Why is Mr. Powers the only person I can think of? Could you take a look at this? That's Mr. Powers. Why is he dragging his leg like that? What is this, anyway? Looks like she didn't know about the photo or the injury that morning. Never mind. Okay, she's got nothing else, I don't think. Oh, Mr. Wright. Thank you for earlier. Not at all. We got lucky, to tell the truth.
You can say that again.
Let's not.
So, WP, do you have any leads that might get us going in the right direction?
Sorry, but no. Gotta go to bed, got work tomorrow. Have a good night and enjoy the rest of the stream, Bedge. Spectre, have yourself a great night. Always appreciate you being here, buddy, and we will see you tomorrow. Have yourself a good one.
Be sure to tell us anything that comes to mind, no matter how small.
We can't rely on getting lucky again tomorrow. Yes. Was the director present at the morning run-through? Yes, he was. He was directing how the Steel Samurai and Evil Magistrate should move.
Why didn't you tell us that before?
Well, just the studio asked us to keep quiet.
That has nothing to do with this. I hate to repeat myself, but Nick here is a newbie lawyer, fresh off the bar. When he loses, he's going to lose big.
I see.
Whose side is she on? You aren't hiding anything else from us, are you?
No, I sure hope not. Do, fanboys sneak into the studios often? No, not that I know of. That security lady's pretty strict with them.
But in today's testimony, didn't she say they were often hanging around?
The kids really, really love the Steel Samurai. They sneak past when she's not looking, I guess. Regarding this photograph, yes. This really, truly, absolutely isn't you, right? Right. I was sleeping in my dressing room the whole time. Honest. But who else could have worn it?
Your costume was in your dressing room?
Yes. I guess they snuck in and took it while I was asleep.
But who?
Regarding the murder weapon, yes? Is it heavy, that spear? It's pretty hefty, yeah. I don't think the average person would be able to swing it around effectively.
And that's the spear that broke or something during the morning run-through.
Oh yes, I goofed on a round kick, you see. I broke the spear. The security lady fixed it for me right away, though.
With duct tape, we heard.
Excuse me. Thank you for showing me that, whatever it is. I wish I could think of some way I could help you. Sorry. There's nothing else I can show him. Try the employee area really quick again. This fucking guy. No, okay. So he's got nothing. Move. Main gate. Move. Outside Studio 1. Move. We'll do Studio 1 first.
I don't really want to be in here.
Yeah, it is a murder scene.
I want to go someplace else. Nick?
Okay, well, let's... It's like a backdrop for a stage. This must be used in the Steel Samurai show. Neo Fujiyama, yep, we got that. Okay, your star, stop that. Okay, we got that. Ladder, but it's a step ladder. Yeah. Okay. Over here. Chair the director sits in. Megaphone. Okay. We got that. Reflecting light. Okay. Move. Outside. And we'll go to Studio 2. This place is deserted.
Nick! What was that noise?
Sounded like it came from...
It sounded like it came from inside the trailer.
Someone must be inside.
Hello?
No answer.
Pretty suspicious if you ask me, Nick. Let's go in.
I'm not sure we should be barging in. Huh. It's locked.
What? Don't we have a key?
No, but there's probably one in the guard station at the main gate.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's borrow it.
If they'll let us. Oh, no.
Aha! You again. How rude, acting like you've seen a ghost. You suddenly got back to your post quickly.
Oh, wait, sorry, that was... never mind.
Oh, the police took me away, they did. They pulled out a spare steel samurai costume. Told me to put it on. Could you imagine? How could I, a sweet little old lady, wear a giant suit like that?
Mr. Powers is pretty tall.
As soon as they saw there was no way I could wear it, they let me go.
I guess I would rule out her being the murderer.
Anyway, know this, whippersnapper. This old lady never forgets a slight or insult. And you won't get any information out of me. My lips are sealed. You sure are talking a lot for someone with sealed lips. Starting now. 1, 2, 3.
About the director, the one who was here on the day of the murder.
If I see him again, I'm taking him down. Nick, I think she's losing it.
About that kid you said you saw.
I see him again, I'm taking her down. Look at her eyes, she's serious. Hey, no touching.
Guess I better investigate there later. Okay, fair enough.
Hey!
Oh, God.
Hey, wait!
So Shadow... Oh, okay, yes. I'll bet he came right in through that drain.
Hey, Kiddo. What's your name, sport?
I'm not a kid, so don't talk to me like that.
Huh? But you're a kid. What a rude little brat. There's no way to talk to... That's no way to talk to an adult.
I don't see no adults here. Hippie fashion chick? Doing the hand thing like you did it. Listen, shush.
Hippie fashion? Nick, I think I'm being mocked.
You gotta hand it to Maya. She's pretty sharp and pretty mad. I'm Cody. Cody Hackins. They call me Kiddo again, and I'll cut you down where you stand, evildoer. Say, you heard anything about the incident the other day?
You were here, weren't you?
Did you see anything? He always... The Steel Samurai always wins. Always. I think we might have found the killer. Yeah, I saw him. I saw everything.
What?
But no way am I telling you losers.
What? Wait.
Let me go.
He's gone. Huh? Something fell off the table when he bumped into it on his way out. A bottle?
Wait, a bottle? Why was this sitting there, I wonder? Oh. Anyway, what was that kid saying?
He saw everything.
Ooh, okay. The drain where the fanboy came in. He didn't waste any time coming in either. Talk about cause and effect. That's fair. Okay. No, okay. Move. Main gate.
Huh? Where's that old windbag? Ought of her to leave her post. Hey! Nick, that was her! Stop! Whippersnapper!
Yeah, it sounds like she's chasing after that boy.
Natch! Uh-oh, she tripped.
Maya sure looks happy. I mean, wouldn't you be too? She's kind of a bag of shit.
Hey, Nick, now's our chance. Let's check out the guard station.
Good idea.
Oh! This is it, Nick. The trailer key.
Key to that trailer in Studio 2.
We'll be borrowing this, right, Nick?
Nice. Here. Studio 1. Studio 2. Move over. Wonder if the key we borrowed from the guard station will work. It opened.
Great, let's go, Nick.
She seems eager all of a sudden.
Well, you first, Nick.
Not that eager. All right. The Singing Samurai, Samurai Summer, and Dynamite Samurai. Oh boy. Whoa.
Someone's in here.
Names.
Our names? We're WP's lawyers, and,
I see.
And who might you...
Dee Vasquez, the producer. Dee Vasquez, she's quite beautiful. That's true. About the director, Sal Manella, was it? What, exactly is his role here?
Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. I'm looking for a script. I can't be bothered with anything else. Nick? Are all people in the entertainment business this weird?
It's starting to look like it.
We'd really like to ask you about the Steel Samurai.
Miss Vasquez?
It's on TV every week. That's all I have to say about that. Nick, she's telling us to go watch TV. The nerve of her.
Hey, don't get mad at me. I was wondering if you could tell me about the day of the murder. Miss Vasquez?
Script.
Excuse me?
Script. I'm looking for a script.
A script.
The Steel Samurai, episode 13. I need it. Could we ask you a bit about the day of the murder? I need to read it.
We're getting nowhere fast.
Nick, let's get out of here. Isn't there someplace else we have to check?
Yeah.
Wait.
Yes?
If you see Manila, give him this. Why do we have to do your errands? I don't think I like her.
Don't cry. She'll take it as a sign of weakness.
All right. We'll give it to him if we see him.
Okay. Examine. This is where they had that meeting. There are documents and paper cups scattered around. Fair enough. Looks like they were designing a set to use for the Steel Samurai show. They got some figures for how much the set costs. I can't believe they'd spend that much money on those sets. Fair. Another old movie poster, The Singing Samurai, starring Jack Hammer. What the hell does samurai sing about? Chopping off heads?
Oh my god! That movie was the best! It's about a samurai who sings his way to fame and fortune. Mr. Hammer was a very accomplished singer, you know.
Singing samurai stars. What's next? Ninja ballet? Samurai Summer starring Jack Hammer. This poster's quite old.
Wow, it's been years since I saw that show. It was one of those typical summer romance stories, but it was great.
A typical summer romance with a samurai on a horse? An old movie poster. Dynamite Samurai starring Jack Hammer. I guess Mr. Hammer used to be quite the star. Right. Nothing here that could be a clue, just some paper cups and crumpled documents. Okay. Glass is frosted, I can't see outside. This far into October, the dimming daylight makes it feel like winter's coming. Okay, is there anything else? No. Okay. No, she's not going to tell us anything. Move. Outside 2. Move. Outside 1. Move. Main gate. Winter's coming. Employee area. Move. Dressing room. Here, I got this from the producer. Huh? Bring me the script for episode 13. Episode 13, where did I put that one? I must have left it somewhere. Uh-oh. My ass is pwned if I don't find it.
Nick, it might be quicker to just look in all the places where he's likely to have been.
I agree. Okay, employee area. Examine. But I've already looked here. And there's nothing new coming up. Mutters winter is coming. Let me tell you something, okay? I absolutely loved Game of Thrones. I thought Game of Thrones was amazing. I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was groundbreaking. I thought everything about it was so good. And then the final few episodes aired, and it was the biggest piece of shit in the world. That's unfortunately Game of Thrones in a nutshell. Loved it to the end. Let me... Okay. Game of Thrones was... I could have come up with a better... I literally could have come up with a better fucking... script for the final few episodes. I literally could have. And I know that sounds really, really, really pretentious, but I guarantee you there are millions of people who could have taken the story that they had crafted, and granted, the story that they had crafted, yes, it did break away from the books and everything else, right? But George R.R. Martin was fine with it. He gave them the go-ahead to do so, and they did so because they didn't know if he was going to fucking croak or not before he actually wrote the last book. But he was fine with it. But even with that, even with the departure from the books that it was, I guarantee there are millions of people out there who abso-fucking-lutely could have made a better ending. So bad, it was so bad, and there's a video floating around. The guy who played, I can't remember his name, the eunuch, right? They were doing a table read of the final 2 scripts. And he was so pissed off, he literally, after reading a part, I'm assuming it might have been his part or something to that extent because of what happened to him, he was so pissed off, he literally just took the script and threw it behind him at the wall in the middle of a table read. Take a look around the chair for me, would you? Remember the script the director was talking about? Didn't he say he left it somewhere?
Huh. Found it, Nick, the script.
Good work. Nice. Okay, now we go here, and we go outside Studio One. I know Kit Harington cried when he read what happened. Oh, yeah. No, nobody liked it. Nobody. And I don't blame them either, because it was horseshit. It was awful. Here, we found it. Your script.
Ah.
Okay. You're not going to talk to us?
Quiet. I'm reading. Just you hold on. What's the big idea? Who do you think you are anyway? And do you even know who we are? Powers lawyers? Right. Am I a suspect? No, it's just, well, no, but... You wanted to know about the day of the murder? Yes. Anything you could tell us would be a big help. You know there was a meeting here at noon?
Yes, with the director and the people from the network.
Correct. Now listen closely. None of the people in this trailer that afternoon went to Studio One. It was impossible for us to leave. Impossible? Why? The path was blocked.
The path? The tree, I'm assuming. Oh, okay. On the day of the murder, the path that leads here was blocked?
You saw Mr. Monkey on the way here, correct?
Mr. Monkey?
The monkey with the broken head.
Oh, right, that. What an original name.
Its head fell over in the wind on the day of the murder. They didn't start moving the head out of the way until after 3. It was after 4 by the time the path was unblocked. Capiche? Everyone in this trailer was stuck here until the path was cleared. Stuck in this trailer, stuck until after 4. Hammer died at 2:30. Thus none of us could have gone to Studio One. What? It's true. A crane came just after 3 to move the head. We called some people in to clear the way. I'm sure they'd corroborate my story.
But wait, what if the head fell over after 2:30? Then you could have gone to Studio One.
2:30, the time of death. Very well. Come. That's Mr. Monkey. When it wasn't broken, it announced the time in ooks. 1 ook per hour. Ook, 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 ook. Always with the ooking.
It is a monkey, after all.
Check its head. The clock inside stopped when it broke. Nick, it stopped at 2:15.
2:15?
That's right. This path was blocked from 2:15 till after 4. Therefore, we're innocent.
Mr. Hammer died in Studio One at 2:30.
See? Goodbye.
Huh.
What do we do, Nick? There isn't anyone besides WP that could have killed Hammer. It's over. We're finished.
Sure doesn't look good. Guess we should head back to the office and plan our strategy. Yeah, I mean, we don't have much to go off of right now. Now what? We're fresh out of clues. Everyone's alibi is watertight. We don't even have any promising leads. Things are looking pretty grim. It's a little early for giving up, don't you think? Huh? You got one lead. Oh, it's Mia. You got one lead. Mia, it's you. What took you so long? Sorry, Phoenix. Maya has trouble calling me unless she's really in trouble. Right. Oh, wait. I guess that means we're really in trouble. I'd say so. What did you mean we have one lead? The boy, of course. Yeah, I saw him. I saw everything. Yeah, I saw him. I saw everything. Yeah. No way am I telling you losers. I don't know. He didn't sound like he was going to help us at all. I'm sure you can find some way of bringing him over to your side. Either way, we should go back to the studios. That boy is our last hope, Phoenix. Thanks. Now I'm more worried than I was before. Holy bazongas. I'm just saying it. That combo is so weird of mashing up the two of them. Yes, but it also works. Okay. I am calling it there for now, but I do want to thank everybody for hanging out. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you for watching. Also... No, wait, I'll just tell you tomorrow. Not a big deal. Trust me, it's not a big deal. We had Aelin, we had Spectre, we had Core here for a little bit, we had Corgi, we had Pixel Pixie. Oh, no, it's nothing. No, don't, seriously, don't worry about it. It's, yeah. You can't do that. I can because it literally is nothing. Like, it was one of those, oh, I should have probably done this at the start of stream, but I didn't. So, it's fine, because tomorrow's the last day anyway, so who cares? But we had a bunch of awesome people tonight. We really, really did. And we had Sober, and I'm glad you're starting to feel better. And, yeah, that's going to be it for me for tonight. But I will be back later on today. And until I see you all then, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another. Stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here. Try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing all of you later on. Thanks so much, everybody, for hanging out, stopping by. Doc was in here, too. Can't forget Doc. So thanks, everybody, for being here. And, yeah, we are going to be doing more of this later on today. All right, guys. Have yourselves a great one. Take care. I'm out. Thanks so much. Bye now.